Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C gets underway this morning. Of course, we do have one player already through to finals night. Mark Dudbridge coming through Group A yesterday afternoon. Chris Murphy, Henry Deacon alongside me. Nice to have you back, Henry.
Nice to be back. How are we all?
Yeah, great. Murph, after yesterday, Mark Dudbridge is through. So impressed with him, but his finishing does need to improve ahead of finals night.
Yeah, a little bit like Peter Jakes last week, though. Mark Dudbridge is not giving himself much credit for the good stuff that he is doing. Look, he's buying himself more chances at doubles with all of those 180s. A massive amount hit, including a record equaling haul in one match. So Mark Dudbridge, I think, is in a better position than he is, because it's one thing to put right rather than loads of things. And I think he'll do well on Saturday night.
Yeah, and he said he was feeling a little under the weather as well. I think Bristol City's win last night will certainly have helped him out with that one. But this two-day break could be crucial for him just to recover, especially given the format going into Saturday.
Exactly, and as we know, this is a marathon event, and winning Group A when you're playing the 5 days is a huge advantage. I think this week, I don't think the players will think I'm being disrespectful at saying it, but a lot of them are at the veteran age of their career, so to have that little bit of time off is going to be a massive help for them compared to someone who's going to be playing the 5 days and then going into Saturday. He's got that rest and recuperation time. We've spoken a lot about players winning Group A and not going on to win Saturday night. I think it's a bigger advantage this week than it has been in other weeks.
And of course, we've got two of our commentators in action today. Don't switch off just yet. It's not this pair next to me. But Chris Mason is one that we have spoken about so much already this week. He's still third favourite to win on Saturday night. That's how strongly he's been performing. Not so much yesterday. What do you expect from him today?
I've been looking in detail at Chris Mason's performances, and the one thing that really stands out to me is that 7 of the 8 matches that he's won so far this week have been won either 4-0 or 4-1. It's when he gets involved in a battle that Mason seems to be struggling to get over the line, and it's probably that lack of competitive match practice. This week will give him that. So if we can start it actually in a strange way, it might be better for Chris to start winning a few games 4-2, winning a few games 4-3 today, and that might just put him a little bit more battle hardened if he does get to Saturday night. He's had a couple of slow starts in terms of results as well. He's got a little bit more time to grow into this group, 2 places available, but his standard is more than good enough to get through this group.
And however, our colleague / player tonight, Paul Nicholson, often says win big, lose small. That's what he's doing this week. And look, when there's 2 places to go through, more often than not, it goes down to legs difference. So if he can keep that mantra up this week, over the next couple of days, should be okay.
And I think as well, he was saying, wasn't he, that he'd thought a lot about registering that big average. That was really playing on his mind. And I think that was such a hindrance that now that he's got that, maybe we'll see him play with more freedom. Someone else we're going to see in action today, Norris. We've not seen a great deal of him this year. What are you expecting from him? Because he played really well at the weekend, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm expecting him to be one of the 2 that gets through from this group, actually. I think he is, on paper, probably the most talented player in the group. I hope none of them are listening, but apart from Alan, yeah. But I think if he can get that maximum stuff going, a bit like Mark Dudbridge, who it's not expected from, really. It is expected from Norris. If he can get the power scoring, he's going to get more chances at doubles, and I think he'll be fine in this group.
Even if they weren't listening, I'm going to say it really loudly on the balcony when they're stood on stage anyway, so that doesn't matter. Quickly then, your 2 players to come through this group, both of you. Don't all rush at once now. Murph, we'll start with you.
Norris and Mason.
I'm going to go splinters. I'm going to agree with Chris. I know, it's terrible.
Wow.
They all do in the end. They all do. In the end.
What a start to the morning. Can't separate them. We get underway at 9:30. Not long to wait. Come and join us on Sporty Stuff TV.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where today we're going to get groups B and C underway. But of course, we do have our first player through to finals night, Mark Dudbridge, coming through Group A yesterday afternoon. So before we look ahead to today's play, let's remind ourselves of the highlights from yesterday with Henry Deacon.
The man from the northeast, Barrie Robson's chances of winning the group went south yesterday. However, he did find the middle of the board with his 130 out. Every player wanted to draw first blood in qualifying for Saturday's final, metaphorically and, it seemed, literally. Chris Mason couldn't quite do so, but this 104 was his day 3 highlight. The warrior, Wes Newton, lived up to his namesake, snapping at the heels of all of his opponents as he progressed through to Group B, thanks in part to his 1-2-1 checkout against Mark Dudbridge. It was flashes of brilliance from the Bristolian which saw him qualify and earn himself 2 days off in the process. And it will be hey baby time on Thursday and Friday night as the silverback Tony O'Shea cemented his spot in Group B thanks to this win against Wes Newton.
How many times, Henry? Don't call me baby. Right then, Chris Murphy alongside me to reflect on yesterday's action. Chris Mason is someone we expected to be in contention to qualify through Group A, then get into Group B. He does find himself back in action this morning in Group C. Quite surprised with that, given how well he's played?
How well he's played in terms of standard, yes, but when we do a little bit of deeper digging, maybe not, because where he has struggled is in close matches. I think it's just one of the 8 matches he's won that hasn't been 4-0 or 4-1, so he really does need to find a way to dig out some results when the games get close. He had a really healthy leg difference, of course, because he did sweep past a few opponents at 103.66 average. Brilliant stuff. Hopefully he can get a little bit more battle hardened, but I think his quality should be enough to seal a top 2 finish in this particular group.
Yeah, confirmation of how things finished in Group A. Of course, Mark Dudbridge sealing his spot in finals night. Of course, his scoring was phenomenal. Finishing left quite a bit to be desired. But of the players who are now in Group C this morning, Chris Mason, Barrie Robson and John Walton, is it Chris Mason who you expect to do the most damage?
Absolutely, yeah. I think Barrie Robson, the second most likely. He was kind of the opposite of Chris Mason. He didn't play anywhere near his full potential, but did grind out a few wins and maybe more than his performances merited over the course of the couple of 3 days last week. So yeah, you even saw there, Chris Mason had the highest leg difference in the entire group. So he's winning massively, but when it comes to the crunch, he's not winning at all. But Mark Dudbridge, as you said, yeah, fantastic on the scoring. Bought himself more opportunities on finishes. Really deserved that place at finals night.
And of the other players in Group C, we've got Barrie Bates, really excited to see him in action here this morning. Alan Norris, though, probably one of the favourites to come through this group. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think probably the favourite to come through the group based on what he's done recently. He's produced some really good stuff on the seniors tour. I think we could see Alan Norris use this as a way to get back maybe onto the Pro Tour. I don't think he's done yet, and I think I'm really interested and kind of excited to see how he can perform this week.
And he's someone who, given everything that's happened off the hockey, said he fell out of love with the game quite a bit. This is, as you said, a perfect opportunity to re-establish that, isn't it, and get himself back in contention. Would you see him going for a tall card?
Everything that he's been through in his personal life, it's been very understandable that he's fallen out of love with the game. if he's got that love back and he's starting to enjoy it, I think he's more than capable of getting a tour card and being very competitive on the tour. We were saying a couple of days ago the same might go for Chris Mason. We worked out his averages that he would be in the middle of the Pro Tour right now, but I think Norris could even have bigger ambitions for that. So let's, not put too much pressure on him and say how he gets on this week, but I certainly think he is the hot favourite for this group.
And it is Alan Norris who's up first this morning against Mark Layton. And Phil Barr's caught up with Alan to see how he's feeling ahead of this one.
Seen you playing on the Seniors Tour last weekend. Played some good stuff in spells.
Yeah, there's signs of the old me coming back, putting some hours in now. So, yeah, we hope to just keep steadily improving.
Last time you played with us when it was the Live League, obviously you had a back problem and it really hampered you. Is that healed up now and are you on the mend?
Yeah, that was more a case of bad sciatica, and I think Richard Burnett thought I was taking the mickey out of him, but I actually wasn't. I kicked him a few times, which, a bit of karma over the years, I think, there. But no, that seems to be behind me now, so yeah, we're all good.
Right then, that's Alan Norris saying he's cleared up his sciatica and he's ready to go again. Your prediction then for this one?
For this match, Alan Norris for the group. Norris first, Mason second, Robson third, Bates fourth, Walton fifth, Layton sixth. There you go.
Wow, impressive stuff. It's almost like he'd prepared for me to ask that question. Maybe even asked me to ask him that question.
Don't give away the secrets.
Let's get into this first game of the day then. It is Alan Norris against Mark Layton.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Tungsten Thursday here at the MODUS Super Series, where we begin Group C with two players we haven't seen in 2022. Mark Layton up against Alan Norris in this week full of legends here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are two of the three players that will be joining the process on today. Barrie Bates also joining Chris Mason, John Walton and Gary Robson, who were in Group A early on this week. For Alan Norris, the 50-year-old, the former Lakeside finalist, as I say, a welcome return to him in 2022, up against Mark Layton, who played in the 2019 BDO World Championship, played on the PDC Tour in the late noughties, but it's all about the 2020s. What can these two do? And it is a very good morning to Chris Murphy.
Better for spending it with you, Henry.
35.
Now, the first question I want to ask you is, can Chucky chuck the darts? Like we know Chucky can chuck the darts.
You'll be chucked out if you carry on with any of that nonsense.
32.
But I think we will see, as I was saying to Abby upstairs, I think we will see Alan Norris be the best in this group. Maybe not yet the best version of himself, but I do believe that Alan Norris is the standout star in this group.
And I just wonder,
60.
we spoke, well, you and Matt spoke on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday week. The players that are involved in Group A haven't played a lot of action recently. Now, we've got a different dynamic here today where
100.
we've got Chris, Gary and John, who've played the 3 days in Group A. And then you've got Alan Norris, Mark Layton, Barrie Bates, whose form guy perhaps we don't quite know, maybe apart from Alan, who played in the seniors at the weekend.
Yeah, it is.
140.
Other players have played in seniors events but haven't stood out as much as Alan Norris. And if you're not standing out at seniors events, it means you're probably only playing 1 or 2 matches at best. So you haven't got a lot to go with in terms of recent performance. The ones that we do, obviously, are Chris Mason, Gary Robson and John Walton. I think Alan Norris here will not do what Chris Mason did to end the day yesterday and go straight for the
80.
bullseye. That was for a 10-dart leg, by the way. The best leg of Group A was the last leg of Group A. But Norris opts for tops. Now 10s, plenty in hand.
40.
Which is probably a reason for him to be annoyed here, because plenty in hand but leaving double 5. May even think about splitting when he comes back. Let's see.
Well, if Layton cracks another one in here, Tull will just apply some pressure.
10.
And this double 5 is not as academic. Well, it's definitely not academic now. Goes up for double 1.
8.
And this is a bit of a mess here from Alan Norris. And so Layton has a break opportunity, which he never thought perhaps a couple of visits ago he was ever going to get. 20 for the bull. The bull for the first leg of the group for a breaker throw.
46. Ellen, you
And so
require
Norris
2.
returns for the Madhouse.
That's a perfect guide for Alan Norris.
Yeah, that's game short.
He was
in the
never
first
going to
leg.
miss
Alan
after
Norris.
planting that dart there. He made it easier to hit. Mark Layton just having to be told to slow down.
Second
Here's
leg,
his
it's
first
Mark
outing
to
here at the
throw
Super
first.
Series. There is
Game on.
a short delay between each throw, just to allow the automatic scoring system to get the leg going. Gone are the days of the chalker on
60.
the stage, Henry.
Indeed. Just Marco, the two players, a couple of cameras.
Yeah, no chalker, but the talker. Marco
1 on
Meyer,
the
the referee,
40.
on his first week here at the Super Series and doing a fine job.
One of the best in the business is Marco Meyer.
Now, did you take note of my predictions with Abby up there? No sitting on the fence from me.
180.
I see what you're about to do here, Murph.
Go on, Henry. 1 to 6, please.
60.
Straight off the bat.
Yeah. No messing around.
Right, I'm going to switch Aru, the 1 and 2. I'm going to go Mason, Norris, Robson, Layton, Bates, and Walton.
26.
Okay, I'm writing it down. And we are going to see what happens at the end of tomorrow.
Can I just caveat the fact that...
No, you can't cover it. Carry on with the commentary.
85.
Both going for the same 2 to go through, though. That's interesting. One of them's playing right now. And both suggesting that Gary Robson will just miss out.
So what we're saying
90.
here, Murphy, is we're either great experts or we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah. I'm a great expert, and you don't know what you're talking about.
80. Mark, you require 145.
145 for Layton, who has hit a 180 in this leg. That's not right off the Welshman just yet. And this is on. Treble 16 will be the target. Look at this, a 180 in the leg. And now he wants tops.
125.
Oh, well, it was a bit of an anticlimax, Mark, after the big build-up he gave it.
Would have been some way to welcome his way into the Super Series, but can Norris get a ton top of his own? Needed another treble for the double 8, so
96.
Layton returns the double 10 to level us up at 1 apiece.
Takes his time, doesn't he? Each dart is deliberate, carefully delivered. And he's delivered parity in the early exchanges in this contest.
Third leg.
Now, I don't know how much of a cricket man you are, Murph.
Not much, but I won't let that spoil the point you're about to make.
It's a bit like bowling in the sense that Alan Norris is a
I thought you
bit
were
more
talking
of a...
about cricket, now you're on about bowling. Make your mind up.
Alan Norris is a bit more of that quicker spin bowler, whereas Mark Layton's a bit like that, you know, that spinner that doesn't have such the pace, but they're both just as effective.
100.
Yeah, different horses for different courses.
100.
And it's one of the beautiful things about this game that we do see very different styles, often delivering very similar results. You've got a real variety of throwing
80.
actions in the 6 today. In fact, I can't think of any that are similar to each other in this group. Gary Robson more erratic. Barrie Bates is very, very unique in everything
100.
he does. Champagne Barrie, the other Welshman in the group, will be in action later on. Former UK Open finalist, no less.
60.
And then this evening, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Paul Nicholson, the next Super Series commentator to take to the stage tonight. Let's see if he can live up to the standard that Chris Mason set in Group A. A disappointing finish, Henry, but certainly a man who maybe has more respect as a darts player now than maybe even he was giving himself before the week started.
He has produced some
57.
brilliant things. Can Alan Norris
61.
produce some brilliance of his own, leaving 61 after 12 for a third consecutive hold in our opening game of the day. And so, double
that's
five,
Kim
well,
Shaw in the third
that's an
line.
interesting
Alan
way to go.
Norris.
But you know what? If it goes, it goes.
He is an interesting decision maker, Alan Norris. He does have loads
Forward
of
line
weird
gets marked to throw
and
first.
wonderful
Game
ways. The pair are sharing a laugh probably about that. But yeah, I've seen him do all sorts of incredible things. I've seen him even on 1-4-3 before start by going for the treble 14 and treble 11 segment. Knowing that if it's one of them, he'll still be on a finish treble to bullseye.
125.
But this is something that we're talking more about, Murph. He's using different segments of the board. And it's interesting you in conversations with Matt Egerin on this week, speaking about players such as Tony O'Shea, who are very perhaps stubborn in using that treble 20 bed, and they hardly ever deviate from it. But players like Alan Norris, who've been on the tour recently, they'll utilise areas of the board that in the past we wouldn't even think about.
Yeah, absolutely.
17.
Really interesting watch. A spotter's nightmare he can be at times, but I know that our man in the production gallery is up to the task.
134.
Good at pushing buttons, isn't he? Well, let's have a quick check of the averages then, because we're at around about the halfway stage, and Alan Norris setting the standard 92.89. If you can keep it around that for the next 2 days, you would
60.
fancy his chances of getting through. And he's kind of done it in a way where it's kind of been no frills. It's been very business-like from Chuck so far.
Yeah, when Chris Mason started averaging those figures on Monday, we were all sitting up and taking note, weren't we? But Alan Norris is doing it here, and it doesn't look like anything special. And that is the sign
47.
of a Premier player.
And you require 170.
A 170 finish will be the sign of a Premier player. And I tell you what, I think he'll go for it given the chance. We'll never know.
64.
You were fishing for the acclaim. Norris couldn't find the big fish.
106 is an interesting finish. We see Scott Williams use a 17 segment on this route. Let's see which way Norris will go on this. Layton should be employing the middle of the board here to ensure he leaves a finish.
50.
He's done that.
And you require 106.
Right, there are hundreds of ways to go for this finish. He's gone very conventional, straightforward. Bit of a letdown, really.
66. Mark, you require
There's only one way to go for the
167.
167. And if he does, it'll be some way to keep our trend of holds alive. It won't happen. And so Alan Norris will have the opportunity on tops for a break to go in one of the opening rubber
85.
of Tuxton
And you
Thursday, we're
require
going to call
40.
it here at the Super Series.
Are we? Double top. Like that guide for the double one, but this time he fails to use it. Double 10 has been
35.
troublesome for Norris in this tussle.
Mark, you require 82.
And it's not the first time that he's had opportunities at double, and then after the three darts has left it a little bit scrappy. Treble 14 tops.
Wrong question.
Yeah,
right
that's
answer
game short in the forward leg. Mark Layton.
from Mark Layton. Because that is the wrong route, really, on that target. If he hits a single 14, he's only
Fifth flag, it's Alan the throw
likely
first.
to get a dart at the
Game
bullseye. The bull is the usual route for that. But look, who are we to criticise when he pins it in 2 darts?
How can it feel so wrong but be
81.
so right?
Well, here we go then. Norris. Still with the advantage, but maybe, just maybe, Mark Layton can spring an early surprise here.
81.
And you have to say, Alan Norris has dominated this game, especially in the scoring department. But it is 2 from 11
97.
on the doubles that has been his downfall in this game so far. Layton hasn't had many opportunities, as you can see, 2 from 5. But when he's had the chance, he has taken them by and large within the visit. And now is making some hay.
180.
Yeah, that's now his second 180. Just pass me that piece of paper back where I said Layton would finish bottom. Might have to just reshuffle that.
46.
Can't go change your mind now. You said it. It's on record, Murph.
I'll stick with it.
And suddenly, well, I was going to say, if he could have, well, even if he gets a treble here, the tide might be turning in this tungsten tussle.
59.
Yeah, a lot of players would have just stayed there thinking that they had to, but he didn't have to. Been pretty impressed with some of his decision making, less so with others, but look, he's been right in terms of execution much of the time in this match. Will he execute Alan Norris in the opener?
41. $58.
And so Layton here has 6 starts for a breaker throw in a 3-2 lead. Remember, Norris had a number of darts to lead this game 3-1. He didn't take them. And Layton came charging in with the 82
54.
out to level us up and is now favourite, not just to win this leg, but to win this match.
84. Mark, you require 86.
So single 18 leads him a dart at
61,
the bullseye.
And you require 94.
Finds the 25, and so Norris 94 to hold for a 3-2 lead. Goes bullseye first, which gives him a dart at the little red bit, and both players have missed a dart at ball to go 3-2 up.
Mark, you require 25.
25 then. One of the most familiar finishers for darts players. Alan Norris was racing away in terms of standard and legs in the early exchanges in this match. Layton has just missed
36.
opportunities to edge ahead.
So double 18, 2 9s.
Yeah, that's
Finds it in the end, and Alan Norris is back. Alan Norris banishes his doubles drought and leads 3-2. Mark Layton now has to win both the remaining legs. The 6th is with the darts for the Welshman, but he has missed a massive opportunity there. Perhaps the first time in this game when it's come to the doubling department, he's been found wanting.
Yeah, and overall, in all of the matches that anyone in this group has played
100.
in the Super Series, Alan Norris usually hits around a third of his doubles, so a long way off that mark here. 31% double success
58.
rate before this match in his previous games. The best, actually, out of all the players in this group. Maybe no surprise to hear it after what we've witnessed this week. Chris Mason, just shy of 37%.
140.
You will see Chris in our next match against Barrie Bates. That feels like a real blast from the past matchup.
Yeah, that's a feeling we've had a lot of this week. It's been a little bit like an old school reunion. Don't know what that makes you, Henry. Head prefect.
58.
Dressed like a prefect.
Well, this needs to be perfect from Alan Norris.
59.
He can't find a finish, so every likelihood that Layton takes us to a decider.
60.
And if all the games go like that, then this afternoon might be a Layton. See what I did there?
That's good. Play on words. We should do that more often.
It's a lack of response. I felt deflated.
57.
I'm just
Mark, you
waiting.
require 143.
Well, who will be the one feeling deflated at the end of this match? Because I think both players will feel they've had the opportunities to go and win it. There's that 1-4-3. He doesn't employ the magic trick that I suggested Norris has in the past.
119.
But he does leave himself very handy indeed.
Double 12 after 15. But here comes Norris on the charge.
100.
And
Mark, you
suddenly this
require
double 12 is under a bit of
24.
pressure to send us all the way. That's a nice guide, I think, for Mark. can't miss. Can he?
Yeah, that's
He
game short
couldn't
in the
miss.
sixth leg.
It was inconceivable that he could miss that last dart. And we go all the way to the last leg. And if we follow the current trajectory of the match, Alan Norris should nick it for free. However, anything can happen when we go to leg 7 here at the Super Series. But this is a good start. Very good start from Chuck Norris.
Yeah, Mark Layton is probably playing to the level in terms of standard that would be expected of him. We've seen him in some of those World Seniors qualifiers and some of the WDF events this year, averages in the high 70s, low 80s, more often than not. Highest average we've ever seen from him on record is around 96. But he's 5 points behind Norris in the averages. That's easily
60.
A disparity that doesn't stop you winning a match.
But what it does do, it affords you less opportunities. But has Norris, well, he's still got a healthy lead in the leg, but he should have found himself on a finish there. But with Mark Layton, I think the first dart is so telling because he's not 60. A switcher, is he? If the first dart stands up just in the treble bed or just above, it's a nice life for him. If it goes, deviates a little bit further above or below, then there seems to be trouble.
27.
But the last 6 darts here from Norris, when you consider 2 visits ago, he's on 2-2-1 on the back of back-to-back 140s. He should be on something much healthier than 152.
96.
Yeah, 6 bad ones, but he only needs 6 good ones now. Only needs 3 good ones, but he has 6. And it's treble 20. We'll be using 2 visits. Again, it's a wayward one. Really is 30. Leaving himself in trouble here. Only down to 122. 99 points better off than he was 3 visits ago.
And suddenly, Mark Layton, like in the tortoise and the hare, could be the slow and steady one that wins the race after Norris came charging out the blocks in this last leg.
122.
Treble 18 with one of these first 2 missiles. How about with both? How about the bull?
97.
And there you see the distance.
Mark, you require 86.
He was away from victory. Now he has to hope that Layton doesn't take this combination out.
And he will be hoping. One more double 16. It goes 70. The other side, and so Norris returns to 25.
And a
for his 7th consecutive hold, and to win the opening game of Group C for free. 2 darts, the double 8.
9.
Well, there are bullets flying all over the place, and this pair keep dodging 16. Them. Is one finally going to find its target?
Game.
It is.
Shot.
And Mark Layton springs a surprise in the opening match of the morning. One of the outsiders in this group topples one of the favourites in the very first match, and we've come to learn to expect the unexpected here at the Super Series, and the first result follows that rule. Layton 4, Norris 3. Coming up next, it's Bates versus our very own Chris Mason.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Mark Layton has just sprung a bit of a surprise in our opening match of the morning, coming through a last leg decider to get the better of Alan Norris in that one. It all went with throw until, crucially, the last leg of the match. Chuck employing an interesting route to take out 61 for a 15-dart leg to go 2-1 up. That was the best of the match before Layton took out 82 to level things at 2 apiece after a number of misses from Norris. As you can see, neither player overly clinical on the outer ring in that match, but crucially it is 2 points on the board for Layton, the man from Swansea. Next up, we've got Chris Mason up against Barrie Bates. Bates, of course, the UK Open runner-up in 2006, and before he got underway, Phil Bars caught up with him.
Is the burning desire for the game and to play still there within you?
To be fair, yeah, I want to play every week when I get a tour card back. It's just at the moment with my health, it's not too clever, but I'm getting there. Started practicing now, started having the game local league again, so touch wood. Bit of luck, they'll go well today.
That local league's so important, is it? We hear so many players talking about it because it gets that match practice back and that cutthroat back, and then coming here can only be a good thing for you.
Oh yes, before I come down Tuesday, I play Super League down in Britain Ferry, so back playing Super League. I've won 4 out of 4 in Super League at the moment, so plays Friday nights, Sunday nights now, so Mondays. So touch wood, you might show a bit up there today. I know planning on a lot, but like I say, I'm going to give it my all, and a bit of luck, it'll be hard for these boys to try and beat me.
Playing in Britain Ferry, that's my neck of the woods, that is. He is up against Chris Mason, who is still third favourite to win week 12 here at the Super Series. Of course, he threw in that 103.66 average yesterday without being at his clinical and convincing best over the course of Wednesday's session in Group A. Will he be able to produce anything similar in this opening match in Group C? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, Chris Mason probably entering this group with a different mentality to how he claimed to enter Group A, which was, I've got absolutely no chance, hoping for a couple of wins at best, maybe sure I can be competitive, and then he kind of blew the field away, but finished 4th, which was a strange ending, a strange outcome for Chris Mason over 3 days of very, very good standard of play. He actually had the highest leg difference in that group, which shows you how good he was when he was good. But he comes into this one, Henry, you would say, as one of the favourites, and that's a very different task altogether.
There's a different type of pressure on Chris now. On Monday, there was a pressure to perform because he's put himself through this process, and when you're in front of these cameras, there's no hiding place. But the pressure to perform has now been changed to a pressure to win because of how he's performed over the first 3 days.
97.
Well, he's never lost to Barrie Bates, you know. A pair of them have met twice. Once in the quarterfinals of an open tournament, and once in the final of a UK Open qualifier, one of Chris Mason's ranking wins. And he got the better of Bates, 2-1 in the event which was held in London.
140.
That was in Mason's champagne days. Maybe he's going to have a few more.
100.
Barrie Bates is a man who's been to the deep end of many a tournament, mentioned in the build-up to today, that run to the final of the UK Open. One of a whole host
60.
of, real household names in this sport. He himself has won 4 PDC ranking titles over the years. We saw him as well get to the final of the World Cup of Darts with Mark Webster back in 2010, and he's the first to fire in a maximum in this match.
Now, he mentioned in that interview with Phil Bars that he's playing well at Super League. He's winning games at Super League. 4 out of 4, he said. Well, this form has transpired into this opening leg. They've been 1-2-1 after 9. But he may not even get a dart at double because Chris Mason's doing what Chris Mason's done all week. And that is show no mercy to the dartboard. 2 10s.
44.
For yet another 15 this week. But Bates will return for 64.
Yeah, it nudged the wire, didn't it? It was that close.
Yeah,
But it
that's
wasn't
game
that
shot in the
close.
first leg.
But Barrie Bates gets a 15 darter for himself to break Mace in the very first leg
Second leg, it's Barrie to
of
throw
this match
first.
against a
Game
throw
on.
as well. And we saw Chris Mason earlier in the week when he was playing in Group
36.
A, lose his first game every single day. Now that is a habit he'll want to shake. There is reason to
16.
argue that Chris Mason should come through this group. Reason for it to be on paper easier to come through this group than Group A was, but there's also
76.
less time to do it. So every result matters that little bit more, and slow starts to days in terms of results can really do damage.
He's yet to win an opening game to a day here at the
96.
Super Series. Now that, if that trend continues, and he'll hope that he doesn't, that's 2 defeats down already. Remember, there's only 10 games in this group, as opposed to 15 in Group A. So automatically, your window to try and get the points you need will dwindle very quickly.
93.
No need for Mason to panic, but another thing that we spoke about at the top of the show with Abby was that he has
59.
won the vast majority of his matches 4-0 or 4-1. Only one game in which his opponent has got to 2 legs has he won. If they've got to 2, they've generally got to 4 against Chris Mason.
46.
And every single time he's lost, the opponent's got to 4.
Well, yes, Henry, that's kind of how it works, mate. I know you've been off for a few days, but come
57.
on, catch up. What about a champagne shot here from old Champagne Barrie Bates himself? Bull, bull, bull.
95. Barrie, you require 150.
If it happens, I'll buy him lunch. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, missed by a mile.
54.
Well,
Chris,
it's
you
the
require 111.
Nelson shot for Chris Mason. 1-1-1 for 1-1.
Still on.
79.
Apologies, it wasn't.
Barrie, you
My
require
eyes
96.
are still a little tired.
Well, the double 18. 2 at it for 2-0. Across for double 9.
87.
And it goes inside. And so Mason returns to 32. This can be done on double 16.
Told you it was
Ten
still on.
levelers up.
Jordan, a second line.
Told you it was still
Chris
on, Henry.
Mason.
Well, what a piece. It's a break back as well, important as well, considering the trends that we've been talking about.
Third
Mason
leg, it's
losing that
Chris to
first
throw
match
first.
of each
Game
day.
on.
Mason losing when his opponent has got to a couple of legs. Kept him on 1 so far.
95.
So if you're following trends, the 4-1 could still happen.
Absolutely.
40.
Mentioned those wins for Chris Mason. 7 of the 8, 4-1 or 4-0. He had 1-4-3 victory across his 3 days. And that came against the group winner, Mark
85.
Dumbridge. And he really put himself in contention. It's very strange to think that he finished 4th in that group, I have to say,
100.
based on how he played. But we've already seen one favourite get beaten. And Barrie Bates is putting up a decent fight in this one. Had the chance to lead 2-0.
95.
Yeah, many congratulations to Mark Dubbage for winning the group. And we mentioned at our little preview show on YouTube before we went out
43.
earlier that whether this week the advantage of winning Group A could be more pivotal than what we have seen over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think for some players,
180.
it would have been. And I think it is for Mark Dumbridge, who said that he was a little under the weather, but I actually think it might be beneficial for Chris
94.
Mason
Chris,
to
you
keep
require
playing.
46.
180 to leave 46.
Especially he's playing like this.
6.
But that is 1 from 5 now on the outer ring for Chris Mason. But he is going to return.
Yeah,
With Bates.
he's become the aggressor in the match, hasn't he?
121.
He's really
Chris, you require 40.
looking like he's assumed control, recovered from that early setback. And this is going in, no doubt about it.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Chris Mason.
Chris Murphy's got his darting, or his tungsten tarot card out.
Forward leg, it's Barrie to throw first.
Yeah, I've watched a lot
Game
of finish attempts, Henry. And sometimes you just know.
140.
You might be getting some extra shifts, Henry, if Mason makes it through
96.
to Champions Week. Are you cheering him on for that reason?
Well, I'm here next week, and I believe Chris is meant to be
85.
with me, so...
Well, you might be getting an extra shift in a different way. You might have to give us your best Chris Mason impression in the commentary box.
I like my job too much for that, Murph.
Wouldn't mind impersonating that kind of thing.
180.
2 in as many legs for Chris Mason, who's got going now. Maybe the slow start for Chris Mason is not going to be an
31.
entire match, but just a single leg here on Thursday.
The average, for the first time since leg 1, is above the 90 mark.
And that's the Mason
30.
mark, isn't it, this week?
We have CR7, we have LM10, we have
100.
R9. We've got CM90 this week here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's been really, really consistent, solid stuff from Chris Mason.
43.
Overall,
Barrie, you require 145.
89.52 after yesterday, so we can round that up, can't we, to 90?
Yeah.
But before yesterday, it had been above 91 across the 2 days.
77. Chris, you require
60,
152.
60, 32. Not to be, so Bates will get a chance to level this match.
40. Barrie, you require 68.
To level us up at 2 apiece. 16 or 8. What's your choice, Barrie? Double 16.
36. Chris,
Doesn't
you
go.
require 112.
Good line, needs to get the weight right, and he's done that now. So double 16 for 3-1.
Yeah, that's
And
game
Chris
short in the
Mason
forward leg.
takes complete
Chris Mason.
control of the contest. A fabulous 3-figure finish. And Mason is 1 away from a first
Fifth leg,
opening
it's Chris
victory
to
of the
throw
week.
First. Game on.
It will be the second time this week that he's gone to the top of a
100.
table as well. He flirted with being the peak of the pile just for a match in the whole of last week, Chris Mason.
99.
Now, this may sound a little bit weird, Murph. I know he's not played here before, but he's worked here a lot before. So he will know these shift patterns off by heart. There's some players
180.
who have not played here before, not played here often. I just wonder whether his
60.
experience of working a whole week here in a commentary capacity could actually help him in terms of timings, in terms of sleep patterns, in terms of things like that, in a playing capacity.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly being in the morning
131.
group as well. Evidently, it's not a problem for you, Henry, but it does take me a little bit of time to come round when the sun rises.
100. Chris, you require
morning.
90.
You're always on top form as soon as the alarm clock goes off, aren't you?
6:15.
50.
Well, this has been convincing from Chris. Having dropped that first leg, having been in danger of
100.
losing the first
Chris,
2
you
legs, he's
require
just put his foot
40.
down and shown his class and flexed his muscles
Game.
and just
short,
grabbed
and the match.
the game
Chris Mason.
by the scruff of its neck, took control and gets a deserved 4-1 win. And that is something that Mason has been missing this week. A victory in his first match of the day, and a convincing one at that. 4 out of 9 on the checkouts. Very, very good indeed. 3 180s in there. 112 finish. All very, very good signs for Chris Mason, who takes Barrie Bates apart by 4 legs to 1. Coming next, John Walton and Gary Robson do battle for the 4th time this week.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Mason has just come through with a 4-1 victory over Barrie Bates to get his first 2 points of this morning's session. Mace lost all of his opening matches in Group A, but he's off to a winning start here in Group C. He took a little while to get going, struggling on the outer ring early on in that one, but he soon found his range and settled well, really convincing and clinical towards the back end. And you feel it was the type of match that could have got scrappy, but Mace refused to get embroiled and raced away that 1-1-2 checkout. A real highlight in that one. He was 4 out of 9 on the outer ring. Next up then, we see John Walton and Gary Robson do battle for the 4th time this week. We've seen Robson take out a superb 130 in defeat to Wes Newton yesterday. That was one of 2 ton-plus checkouts for him in Group A. Of course, Walton and Robson have already played 3 times this week. Walton took the first match, but Robson then was victorious on Tuesday and Wednesday. Walton taking just 1 leg from those 2 games that were played over the last 2 days in Group A, as Gary Robson certainly upped his level as Group A progressed. Who will come out on top in this one then? Let's rejoin our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. And it's another meeting between this pair, John Walton and Gary Robson. Walton winless on Wednesday, but it's a fresh start on Thursday. Can the Yorkshireman reinvent himself? He has been probably written off by most of us here at the Super Series in terms of qualifying from this group based on what we saw in Group A. But a big part of his struggles have been down to that shoulder injury that he's suffering with. Playing through the pain barrier, John Walton.
First leg is John the throw first. Game on.
Could you give me any argument for him breaching the top 2 this week?
Can I present to you the Moreno-Blome methodology, where a player finishes bottom of Group A, struggles in Group A, and then just decides, well, that's what's happened. Put it to the back of my mind. Thursday's a new day, new group,
16.
Clean slate, and then he goes on to make finals night. It has happened a couple of times in this particular phase. We saw Kieran Tian do something similar, go and win the week.
Yeah, the only difference being that his week start to the week was in the old studio in Southampton. Moreno-Blome was on this stage here, and of course next week is Champions Week. We will see Kieran Tian in action amongst 12 weekly winners playing for their share of a prize fund of more than £40,000. The winner taking half of that next Saturday. And you could be here this Saturday and next Saturday. Doesn't have to be one or t'other either. Tickets available at dartshop.tv. And guess how much they are, Henry?
Zilch.
Absolutely free. Who could pass up such an opportunity to have a front row seat
61.
to watch some of the top tungsten talents outside the Pro Tour? Really should be a lot of high quality encounters next week. We're really looking forward to it.
John, you require 130.
Could even conceivably me and Murph. Oh no, we want people to be here, don't we?
Speak for yourself.
Well, John Boy Walton, I was going to say up to this point, has made a really good start to proceedings, leaving 130 after 12, although those 2 slipped in the single one
56.
have not helped his cause, but recovered it really well with the last dart to leave himself on 74.
Moreno-Blome, who Henry mentioned, ended up finishing 4th on finals night of
John, you
week 8.
require 74.
John Walton here wanting to finish 74 to get the first leg in the ledger in game 1 for himself here. 20. Out of the way, that. 40.
54. Gary, you require 155.
Outside chance, you would define this as?
Impossible chance now. So Walton will return for the double 10 to win the opening leg of this contest. Gary Robson hasn't quite got going yet. But he may break 17. John Walton. Oh my.
Gary, you require
and he's hit the
58.
double 1 there as well. So if he returns, it's 1 double 1. Double 10.
Yeah,
And Gary Robson pinches that opening leg from John Walton's grasp. Highway robbery here on Thursday morning at the Super Series. There was no conceivable way at one point Gary Robson could win that leg. He's won that leg. And look at how he started the second.
Well, I think he's been a man who's defied the darting odds a lot this week, Gary Robson. His performance levels were maybe not as high
95.
as his position suggested in the Group A table. And he was a long way ahead of John Walton and had maybe one or two standout
45.
displays, but apart from that, Gary Robson wasn't at his best and himself is struggling with a bit of an injury. Yeah, 8 points clear of Walton in the group.
99.
Did beat him twice. Walton getting a win against Robson on day one.
60.
I don't know about you, Chris. Watching from afar the first 3 days, it's either been really good from Gary or it's been the counter.
100.
It's not quite been a middle ground game, I would say, yet.
Gary Robson finished in 5th place with a leg difference of -11. Chris Mason finished in 4th place with a leg difference of +14. And what a difference. And yet just 1 place between them.
A 25-leg swing.
76 required for Robson here to double his lead against John Boy Walton.
37. Gary requires 76.
Excellent dart.
Yeah, knew exactly what he was doing there. Showed all his experience. 16 tops to deny Walton a chance to get his rod out.
Second leg. Gary Robson.
And Robson doubles his lead. 2-zip.
And Gary Robson now in full command of this match. And when we reflect on proceedings up on the balcony after the conclusion of this game, will we be talking about the opening leg where John Walton completely and utterly dominated, somehow only had 3 darts at double. And then Gary Robson pinched his pocket.
Yeah, looking good for Robson. That doesn't look too good for him. A little bounce out there. Maybe flicked off the flight of the dart already in the board, taking the momentum away. Really competitive Group A, wasn't it, at the top end? 4 points separating players 1 to 4.
140.
I think I am really, really looking forward to Group B tonight because I don't think I'll be making a confident prediction on which order the 5 finishing in that group. Really looking forward to it. Really difficult to decipher.
It'll be a fun practice room tonight. There are some right old characters playing in the evening session this evening. 10 o'clock with us here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, we've got the King of Cosham, Andy Jenkins, a big hero in these parts. Paul Nicholson, of course, our very own, the Aussie Geordie. Richie Howson, who's made a big noise on the World Seniors Tour this year. Silverback Tony O'Shea and Wes Newton coming through from Group A as well.
Perhaps appropriate that the Owl is playing in the evening session.
Could be a hoot.
55. Gary require 161.
Right, 161 for Robson to rob another leg away from Walton.
$137. John, you require 106.
He's double 12 after 12. Really good leg this on Robbo. But he may not get a dart. He may not get a dart.
88.
But he will. It goes just inside on the double 18. So Robson returns for 24 for a 3-0 lead for the double break. 2 6s.
Yeah,
and this game does boil down to those 3 missed darts that John Walton missed in the first leg. And ever since, Gary Robson has charged away with proceedings. He is now 1 away from a 4-zip win against the 2001 BDO World Champ.
Well, looking at our little prediction thing that we did earlier on, there was only one position that we agreed on, wasn't there? And that was Gary Robson in P3. But he'll be in P1 if he wins one more leg. Early stages, we know, one match apiece, but
26.
when you see one of your rivals win 4-1, the best way to combat that is to win 4-0. We'll have two players that have won their opening match in action next as Mason
45.
meets Layton.
Nice little bit of symmetry about that.
A little bit of symmetry about the start to this leg as well. 30, 26, 45. Surely he can't stay straight.
100.
He has. And maybe, just maybe, Robson won't be out on his own after one match because Walton suddenly becomes favourite. Scratch that.
140.
I found the groove again. And I think with John Walton, it was something I was looking at yesterday. The way that his
60.
darts lie, a bit like Mark Layton earlier, a lot depends on that first dart. If it goes just above, he can perhaps rectify the visit. If it goes
100.
below, and because he doesn't switch, he finds big visits difficult.
Yeah, I was talking with Matthew Edgar earlier this week about the group of players that we had, a lot of them old school in their approach to the game. And it's not so much miscounting as just not counting, isn't it? From many of these, they just have this old school mentality of keep throwing at the treble 20, the highest possible scoring segment, and then once they get down to a finish, then we'll work it out. Well, Robson is down to a finish that would see him whitewash Walton in the opening match of their day.
61.
So for a sort of 4-zip win. Going to get one dart at double 16.
29.
Doesn't
So
go.
you
And
require
can John Walton
150.
save this game in spectacular fashion?
Starting on the 19s. No, it's not in, John. That's wishful thinking, mate.
$59.
First man to win the World Championship
32.
wearing spectacles, John Walton. Maybe he needs a new prescription. Gary Robson looking to give him a dose of his medicine
24.
here. But still a chance for Walton to stay in it.
91 he wants. Goes the bullseye route as expected.
Yeah, but how much of the bull can he see? If he hits a single here, single 16, what chance has he got of this bull?
66. Gary, you require
Close but no
8.
cigar, and Robson returns for double 4 to seal the match, to seal a 4-0 victory. And the
shots,
perfect
and the
start
match,
to
Gary Robson.
Group C for Gary Robson. He beats John Walton by 4-0. They share a laugh and a joke as they depart the stage here at the Super Series. Let's have a look then at the stats from that matchup. Gary Robson with an 83.5 average, 2 maxes to his name, 4 from 10 on the doubles. But the game, even though it was a 4-0 victory for Gary Walton, probably hinged on the first leg, where John Walton was in front in the scoring phase, but 3 missed darts at double came to cost him. Then Gary Robson mopped up from there. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Mark Layton take on Chris Mason.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Gary Robson has just produced the first whitewash victory in Group C, getting the better of John Walton for the third time this week. As Henry said, the opening leg turning the tide in the favour of Robson in that one. It was an 83.5 average from Robson in that match. Walton, though, had been dominant in that opening leg. Robbo capitalising on missed darts at double to steal a march in that one. He was 40% on the outer ring, and from that moment it really looked fairly comfortable for Robbo, who then, after the first round of games, sits top of the leaderboard. And it means that in the last 3 games that those two players have played, John Walton has just taken a single leg from that fixture. So he'll be glad that he only has to face him one more time this week. Next up then, we've got Mark Layton against Chris Mason. Both players, of course, getting off to winning starts here this morning. Mark Layton missing 10 darts at double in his opening match, but he did pin double 8 to come through in a last leg decider to get the better of the Group C favourite Alan Norris in his last match. Mace in his opening match was back up to that consistent level that we've come to expect from him here this week, and it has to be said that now that we've seen all 6 players in action, it is again Mace who is leading the way in terms of averages and performances. Can he maintain that here in his second match of the morning? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. So, both of these players winning their opening games of Group C. Mark Layton actually has never lost a game here at the Super Series, although he's only played one so far. Up against Chris Mason, who, for the first time this week, won his first game of the day when he got the better of Barrie Bates by 4 legs to 1. But what can Mace the Ace do in Game 2 for him today? At the live lounge in Portsmouth, Mark Layton, as you see on your screen there, played in the 2019 BDO World Championship, and a 4-3 victory against Alan Norris, where he kind of lived up to his namesake. He ground the victory out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good way of describing it.
First leg is Marcus
the opposite
first.
to what
Game
Chris
on.
Mason did, which was kind of flattened Layton's fellow Welshman Barrie Bates after a promising start from Barrie. 4-1 probably flattered him, actually, in the end. So,
58.
having set the standard this week, the question now is, can Mace the Ace set the pace here in Group C?
41.
And if he carries on at the level that he did for that first match, then all the talk of him being one of the favourites for this group just becomes even more correct, because the couple of worries were
120.
the starts he made to the days and getting involved in battles. And even though it was 4-1, could have been 2-0 down there, Chris Mason. He did have to battle back and then started racing away.
87.
4 points from 4 at the start of a group, and you're thinking about a clean sweep, aren't you, for Chris Mason today?
Well, his average is, in the first game, was the highest and is the highest of the
55.
day so far, and actually by a bit of a distance, by about 7 points. So he is the standard bearer for in the first round of matches here in Group C. He has lit up the tungsten torch.
59.
Can the others follow?
Into game 4. A couple of heavy victories in the last 2 games. Robson over Walton. And, of course, Mason over Bates in the previous match. Robson takes on Alan Norris
47.
in the next game. And already, Alan Norris probably needs to get a win just to settle himself down and get him into the group. Because if he doesn't, then he's definitely going to have 2
100.
players who are 4 points clear of him.
Well, Chuck could be chasing. These two will want to be one of the pair that they're chasing down.
You know, Chuck
82.
Norris's people actually once got in touch with Alan Norris and said they weren't happy with him using that nickname. True story.
136.
Be a bit difficult for the
Crocodile
Crocodile Dundee Paul Hogan to say that to the darting Paul Hogan. That's not a name. That's a name.
58.
Didn't know he was
Chris
Welsh.
requires 78.
20. And tops for Mason to break in leg 1.
43.
Ugh.
Mark, you requires 76.
Can Layton pick up the pieces, but he's also strayed the wrong side. One dart at the ball.
51.
And it wasn't too far away.
Chris
So Mason
requires
returns
35.
for 35. He's only going to get 2 at double.
Yeah,
But he only
that's
needed
been
the
short
one.
in the first
And so
leg.
Chris Mason takes the opening leg against the darts.
One thing that I think's been quite good from Chris Mason
Second leg, it's Chris
this week is his
first.
willingness
Game on.
to go for both tops and double 16. You see, many a top player will pick one of those targets and try and leave it as often as possible, but Mason has shown no preference. They have been the 2
78.
most common doubles that he's gone for, but he's really backing himself. It doesn't matter which one, I'm going to hit it.
Sign of a player with confidence. Layton is beginning today with confidence. Here we go, fellas. This is a bit more like it.
Just looking at those stats as well for Chris Mason, he's actually just slightly better on tops than he has been on double 16. In fact, that dart might have made it just about level.
81.
I think he could be in for another convincing win here. We got a 180 from Layton. And Chris Mason has just rendered it completely irrelevant.
140, backed up by the max. He's on 103 after 9.
84. Chris, you
And
require 103.
Layton can only leave 156, so...
$55. Mark, you require 156.
One of the few finishes where there's literally only one way to go for it. Including which combination of trebles that is. So like 167, for example, you can start on either 19s or 20s. 156, it has to be 60, 60, double 18. There's a few ways to go for 48. Double 16, double 8 is one of them.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Chris
Double-double.
Mason.
We had the bullseye 10 yesterday from Chris Mason, and now the double-double. He's given us everything
Third
this
leg,
week,
it's
his mace the
Marcus
ace.
Lowe first. Game on.
Yeah, there you see the standard, 86, basically the average after the first couple of legs. That one was a 15 darter, so that's around 100 average in itself, that one leg. And he might need something similar, because for the second leg on the spin, Mark Layton has thrown a maximum at him.
Well, it was a 20-leg first leg, a 15-second. Now,
55.
if my maths is correct, he's averaging 17.5 darts a leg.
Of course, saw him at the end of yesterday produce a 10-dart leg. On the bull as well. It's on our social media feed. Do check that out.
30.
Cheeky chucking from Chris Mason.
But one thing we often talk about in this commentary box, Murph, is the fact that you're going to have one really good performance in the day. You're going to have one performance that's below
60.
par. It's about the 3 mean performances matching up to type. And if you can win more of those mean games, that's what's going to be the difference between you being competitive and being in the qualifying positions and just missing out.
Well, that's kind of what happened to Mace yesterday. To be fair to him,
99.
Monday and Tuesday, it was just 5 mean games all the way through, around that 90 average mark. But yesterday he had that stunning 103.66 and then was a long way below that with his other matches.
100.
However, Layton has a little bit of a buffer in this, the third. And that's a lovely first start. Not replicated with the second. And we'll maybe talk about it a little bit more on the next leg, but I just want to talk about maybe his action is a little bit stop-start at times. We'll talk about that a bit more in leg 3 because he wants 67 to get a hold and to reduce the deficit
67.
back to 2-1.
And he's got a couple of visits to clean it up should he need them. Choices. Opts for tops.
27.
We'd like to have another dart. That was a very good marker.
He is going to return for it, but he's not allowed that marker back. Although he may be able to see the puncher mark. And he may see Chris Mason in his rear view mirror. There's a 99, puts him back on 94, and suddenly this tops has to go. Double 10. And that's
20.
now 6 missed darts at double in this match, and Mason's back for a 3-0 lead.
Well, went for the big gamble there, going for the treble, and he's backed himself to a treble with one of his first 2 darts. He's done
76.
that, but not the double.
Mark, you require
Another opportunity
20.
for Layton. We're going to talk about his throwing style in the next leg, Henry, but one thing that maybe is not conducive to is hitting
Layton.
doubles under pressure. He's managed to get one there. But yeah, you're right, it is stop-start, it is deliberate, and I think it's
Forward
even
lag,
more
it's
deliberate
Chris
when he's
to throw
going for
first.
doubles.
Game on.
And Chris Mason, being an ace analyst of arrow slinging that he is, he's probably stood behind him thinking, I might get a chance here half the time, because I think all you're doing when you're throwing
96.
slowly at doubles is giving your arm more chance to get tense.
It's hard to establish a rhythm with that action because he basically will do it again when he's next at the board, but he brings the dart down before it goes up.
It looks like he's getting the dart out of his pocket, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We'll see that camera shot again. It's great to highlight that finish.
57.
The action, sorry, but look at Mark Layton here. The first dart goes. It looks like he's put the dart in his pocket and then got it out again.
A lot of moving parts there. Now, we speak about the way that he brings the dart. Now, look at how Chris here, as he throws the first one, straight in the hand, up and back as he releases the second. Same again, releases it from the arm, up and back. Whereas Layton
40.
brings it down and it just loses that rhythm a little bit. There's a lot of moving components to the Mark Layton throw. However, as we said, darts is a sport where different styles make different types of matches. And if it works like that, then it doesn't matter.
Well, that's now 3 for Layton in this match, outscoring Mason to the power of 3 in that
94.
metric.
Mark, you require 124.
And could be levelling the match metric with a 1-2-4 finish.
$56.
Tell you what, if Mace can crank in a 174 here, the Anthony Dundas,
138.
even now, this 68 is under severe pressure. This is for a break, 2 levelers up, and he's going to get 1 dart, a double 16 for it.
36.
And Chris Mason
Chris
has forced the issue at Mark Layton.
Stay straight at the very least. Don't make it hard for yourself. 16 for tops. Gets a dart at the top of the tree.
Yeah, that's game shot.
And he plants the star on it. And Chris Mason leads 3-1 and is 1 away from a second thumping victory of the morning.
5th flag is Mark the throw first. Game on.
Wonder whether Chris Mason's on the meter this morning because he's raced his way through his opening game and a half thus far, beating Barrie Bates by 4 legs to 1 in his opening match. Now 3-1 up here against Mark Layton. And after that 60 start from the Welshman, Mason can put pay.
And he's got to be confident. His next 2 fixtures are against John Walton and Gary Robson.
140.
So he's shown that he can demolish at times this week. Then he plays Alan Norris in the last game, which might be an opportunity for him to put more distance between himself and his fellow group favourite. This is working out absolutely
140.
perfectly so far for Mace the Ace.
However, that 60 means it's advantage Layton with the darts. But when the first dart goes in and stands up to attention like that, you get visits like that. And incredibly, that's his 4th max of the game. He is the maximum man so far today in Group C. He got 2 of his own in that opening 4-3 success against Alan Norris. So grouping isn't an issue.
Finishing is. Wayward darts when he doesn't need wayward darts. And it's now, once again, a door ajar. Just look at Chris Mason's face
15.
there. An expression of, OK then, I've got a chance here. If he can find a treble or two, Layton is in trouble.
57. Mark, you require 106.
106 to stay in it. We'll get a dart. 10 or a 6. We'll leave him a double, and the 6 leaves him that double.
That's game
And he
shot in the
gets
5th
it.
flag.
Layton
Mark
clings
Layton.
on. Now, Chris Mason, for once, in that battle again. Hasn't won a
6
single
flag
game
is Chris
4-2 yet
first.
this week.
Game on.
Will this be the first?
15 dart leg on the back of that 106 for Layton, but Mason has the darts here in the 6th and using them to great effect.
40.
Next up after this, we're going to see Gary Robson up against Alan Norris. Robson, who beat John Walton by 4-0 in his opener. Alan Norris, who lost out 4-3 to the man on your screen now, Mark Layton.
60.
Is the grinder going to grind out another one? Or can Mace put him away? 64 years of age, Mark Layton.
95.
Even in this group, that's at the top end.
Was it Cliff Thorburn, the snooker player that had the same nickname?
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
100.
Hit the first 147 at the Crucible back in the day.
Mason has to come down here. Does.
99.
To ensure he leaves a finish. Mark Layton needs another one of his maximums to get himself on one.
Well, we said that when the first dart is planted there, you have every chance, but I've improved one once again. So
140.
Chris Mason, 167. He's got 6 at it for the match for a 4-2 win, and to see him as the premier player at the top of the group.
96.
Yeah, and for once getting the results that his performances have merited. Will be a front runner in the table. We've said that he's been a good front runner in matches, Chris Mason, but he might be an even better one in terms of the league table. And I'm starting to think now that
Chris, you require
Mason
71.
is the favourite to win the group.
216.
39. Mark, you require 106.
106 for Mark Layton then to take us the distance.
Well, he took it out in the last leg. Can still do it. Treble 17 leaves the ball. He won't be repeating the feat in a different style, and now Mason will surely
27.
get the job
Chris,
done.
you require 32.
Double 16. 2 8s.
16.
But that's more match darts that
Mark, you require
come and
79.
go. That's 5 for the match.
20. And over the top of that, into the red. Mason looks down.
Yeah, that's
Things are
game shot
looking
in the
up for
6th
Mark
flag.
Layton.
Mark Layton.
The grinder at it again. He forces a decider in which he has the darts. And we did mention at the start of the day
it's Mark to throw
that
first.
one of the issues
Game
for
on.
Mason, one of the reasons why he's playing in this group and not tonight, is that when things have got tight, that is when he's tended to lose games. He's won well, but hasn't won many close battles.
Interesting
30.
there. Just watching him as Layton through that first visit, shake of the head from the back of the stage.
100.
The tongue gives him the darts after the 30 start from the Welshman. That's not a bad guide. Size to switch.
99.
Which I'm actually quite surprised with, actually, because I thought there was plenty of room there, and the way the dart stood up, it was there for a 140. Certainly here for more than a 140 for Mason. That's a max. And at a perfect time. And now he wrestles control of the deciding leg.
Yeah, this will do him a lot of good. If he comes out on top in this battle,
60.
I think it's another little chink in the armour for Chris Mason, another notch on the belt.
125.
He's himself on 96 after 9 against the darts in the last leg. You can't ask for much more than that if you're Chris Mason.
You can ask to take it out.
100. Chris, you require
The question we
96.
shall ask.
In 2 darts. Okay. In 3 darts. In 4 darts.
56.
Well, he could have had 6 from that juncture if he so liked. Well, he's going to get 3 at tops upon his return with Layton back on 212 to make it 2 from 2 to begin his campaign in Group C.
42. Chris, you require
Double
40.
top. Good guide. Another good guide.
20.
Now this
Mark,
would
you require
hurt.
170.
Chris Mason has had 8 darts to win this match. Another? That would have been some steel. And so
Mason needs to show his steel now, doesn't he?
83. Chris, you require 20.
A real scrap towards the end of it. Mason hasn't won many scraps. You might say he's buckled under the
Game,
pressure, but not this
shot,
time.
And a match. Chris Mason.
4-3 victory against the grinder Mark Layton, but I think that could be one of the most significant wins of the week for Chris Mason, who manages to double his points tally for the day by winning his first 2 matches, one of them with ease, one of them a real scrap, a real struggle, but he came out on top. How important could that be come the end of tomorrow's action? Well, all will be revealed over the next 24 hours or so. Coming next, Gary Robson takes on Alan Norris.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Chris Mason has just come through a last leg decider to get the better of Mark Layton in that one. A 4-3 victory for Chris Mason, showing the other side to his game in that one. As Murph said in commentary, he's not had to come through many close encounters. He's actually lost more than he's won, not really showing that gritty side to his game until that one there. An 84.5 average for him in that one. It was a bit of a strange match, actually, because there were many times where it felt like Mace was going to pull away. He showed off a bit with a double-double finish to take out 48 and complete a 15-dart leg to establish a 2-0 lead. Then Layton scoring and superior 180 hitting, as you can see, 4 of them for him in that one, gave him the chance to get back into it, and that 106 outshot, a real highlight for him. So many missed doubles, though. That was the real story in that one from both players, but it was Chris Mason, as I said, showing that gritty side to his game to get over the line and come through that last leg decider. That will surely give him plenty of confidence going through the rest of Group C. Next up then, we've got Barrie Robson against Alan Norris. Barrie Robson, you can see him here taking out that high finish of 76. That was the highest in that match in the 4-0 victory over John Walton. He came through that one with relative ease. As for Alan Norris, though, not the same story. He had a lot of double trouble in his opening defeat of the day, losing out to Mark Layton in his opening match in Group C. Will Alan Norris be able to get his first points on the board here in this match? Let's find out. It is, of course, Barrie Robson who has the better head-to-head record between these two players. Let's hand over to our commentary team, though, to see who comes out on top in this one.
Thank you very much, Abby. So Alan Norris looking to get his first victory of the week up against Barrie Robson, who's looking to make it 2 from 2 here on Thursday at the Super Series. And that'll make him feel so much better following his exploits in Group A, where we saw some good, some not so good from Big Robber, the 55-year-old from Newcastle up in the northeast, the winner of the World Trophy back in 2005. Alan Chuck Norris, the former Lakeside runner-up, now age 50, from south and near Yeovil in Somerset is Chuck.
First leg, it's Gary to throw
he's
first.
lived a very charmed life, lived in many parts of the world, Sweden, Scandinavia, parts of Scandinavia, Scotland. He's got some passport stamps. They still do stamps on passports.
But they do them again now, actually, thanks to a certain vote that was taken a few years ago, but we won't go into that.
Less said about the by-election in
100.
West Grimshaw back in 2014.
Well, who is the winner of this match for you, Henry? Because we saw Barrie Robson have a thumping win in his opener, 4-0 no less, and Alan Norris, who we expected might get something similar, was ground down by the grinder Mark Layton.
Well, it goes back to what we mentioned early on this morning, in the fact that we've got 3 unknown quantities of sorts in Norris, Layton and Bates. We don't know fully what their form guys like yet. We didn't know much about what Mason, Robbo and Walton was going to do on Monday, but we've had 3 days worth of evidence to say what we expect from them. And I think the fact that he's played 3 games, and 3 days already, may just favour Robbo. I say.
That 180 may just favour Alan Norris, who gets down to 1-2-1 after 9 darts. What a lovely place to be.
134, and you require 121.
You may notice behind the players there on the table, Alan Norris has got a second set of darts.
60.
A score of 60 there. Alan Norris doing the right thing there, keeping his darts in. To allow Marco Mayer just to get the correct score.
100.
Yeah, but this is the second set of darts on the table behind him there. He's been changing darts between legs at times, Alan Norris. Just keep an eye on him if he hits this, whether he does that. Because it looked like the same set of darts. Could be a different weight, but it's the same setup. It's a little quirk maybe that he has. We'll keep an eye on it. The leg could end here as Robson looks at double 16. Oh, that was close. Norris was nodding 40. Thinking he was going to lose it.
He may just win it with a break. It was a break against him
that's
that
game
saw him
short in the
lose his
first
first
leg.
game against
Alan
Mark
Norris.
Layton. It's a break for him that sees him win the first leg of the second. And there we go again. There you can see on the
Second
right-hand
leg
side
is
of your
Alan Defoe
screen
first.
as Alan
Game
Norris
on.
went to the table. He put one set of darts down. He's picked another one up. And it's a new set for leg 2. And I wonder
140.
what you can read into that, Merv. Is that perhaps him giving away perhaps a signal to us in the commentary box and maybe even his opponent that
100.
he's not fully settled yet?
I don't know. You know, I think digging deep into my darting memory bank that this is a quirk that Alan Norris sometimes quite often employs.
100.
I think he likes the feel of a set of darts in his hand that hasn't kind of become warm because he's been holding them for a while. I think we'll see him do it between every leg. And I think, and we'll maybe find out if he speaks to Phil Bars or Abby Davis at some point today, but I think that it is the
41.
exact same setup. I don't think he's changing anything other than the freshness of the darts.
So a bit like a tennis player in between games, sometimes after game 6, game 7, when they have the
45.
changeover, they change their racket. Something similar to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get his method. He's a big thinker, Alan Norris. It'd be great to have a chat with him about it.
135.
But look, if you're holding on to the same bit of metal for a long period of time, it's going to get slippy, it's going to get hotter. He thinks it gives him an advantage, and the small marginal gains you can get in the game are worth trying to take advantage of.
You do what's right by you. 20 for the bullseye.
60.
Would have been for a 2-0
Gary
lead. Now, Gary Robson
130.
pinned this yesterday. Will it be Dart Jarvu on Thursday? The bullseye.
105.
Almost.
And you require
And so Norris
25.
returns to consolidate the break with a hold.
4 straight legs won by Gary Robson in his opening match.
No score.
I mean, it could have been 2 lost, but now
Gary
he
required
wants to do
25.
what Norris couldn't. Not only did Norris miss the 2 darts at double, but if Robson doesn't take this out, he's back to 25.
9.
And so back
And you require
to square
25.
one. Back to 25. And he changes the route. Double 10. Interesting. Double 5.
20.
The problem with going that route
Gary,
is you
you
leave a
require
dart in the
16.
5. If you come inside the 10, you've got to then navigate an obstacle. And you can see him just
that's
tapping
game
his
short
head
in the
there.
second leg. Gary Robson.
We did see him go for an unorthodox finish, ended on double
Third
5
leg, it's
earlier
Gary
on.
to throw
But the
first.
way his darts
Game on.
land, and he hasn't swapped them this time, or at least he didn't at the end of the leg. He might have done it while Robson was still throwing. But yeah, putting a dart in the way of a
43.
double is not a good idea for Alan Norris. Not a good idea for anyone, is it? But the way his darts stand up more than most, those at the top of the board, when you've got to get above them, it's going to be tricky.
92.
And in fairness, a lot, even though the actions and styles are quite different,
44.
for most of the players in this group, the way the dart lands in the board is fairly similar. A lot of them stand upright, stand up to attention.
95.
And I think we'll see a lot in this group where the first dart in a visit will be oh so crucial.
85.
Not many stackers, is there?
$57.
Just loosening his arm a bit there, Alan Norris, not feeling like he's playing with total freedom yet, feeling his way in, and that's where we think Mason has maybe a little advantage. You mentioned for some players,
135.
day off would have been very welcome, but Chris Mason wants to keep riding the wave, doesn't he? And he's got a head start really on Norris, having played the 3 days here already.
And I think he's enjoying the heat of the battle as well, is Chris Mason. You can tell there's a genuine
92.
enjoyment. And when you're a competitive sportsman, you want to compete.
Absolutely. But only 2 wins for Alan Norris over this opponent in his past as well. The most recent as far back as 2014. Those things can live in your head a little bit.
85.
Not you again.
Gary, you require 60.
Most notable win for Robson in the 2014 World Trophy. Can he sandwich a dart in between those? Yes, he can.
Gary Robson.
And Alan Norris finds himself behind.
And he does well to sneak a dart in the middle of that. As you say, the darting sandwich. Will it be a sweet taste for Gary Robson? He's halfway towards the victory line.
100.
And he can join Chris Mason on 4 points if he can claim victory in this one. And if he carries on throwing darts like this, there will seem to be inevitability that he will do so.
Yeah, showed some great flashes, Gary Robson. Some ups and downs for him over the course of the week.
44.
Particularly that match he had yesterday, which was the game of the day on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. You can watch it in full against Tony O'Shea. The pair of them averaging more than 97 in that match. The highest combined average we had in any match in Group A. Robson actually came out the loser in that one. But here, he's kicked off with back-to-back 180s.
140. Gary, you require 141.
Can he produce perfection? 60. Well, that is as close as we've come this week. We have had a 10-dart leg from
43.
Chris Mason. We had a couple of threats. They all seem to come on Tuesday, actually. Mark Dudbridge went through a spell, Henry, on Tuesday, hitting 5 successive scoring 180s.
Did he have a visit on Tuesday scoring-wise? It wasn't a 180.
Yeah, 7 in one match, a record equaling haul. But Robson still has to get over the line in the leg, and double 12 will do that.
74. Alan, you require 118.
Now then, Alan Norris. I've seen some weird and wonderful ways from him. Is he going to be conventional here? It could be the 18s route. It's kind of okay if you miss the treble, isn't it?
Yeah,
because you can just do that afterwards. But if you hit it,
Alan Norris.
You see the disadvantage of going that route.
It was the right call on the 118 for Alan Norris to level us up at 2 apiece.
Game on.
Actually, it was the wrong call, but he got the answer right in the end, didn't he?
54.
If you hit the treble there, you're leaving yourself 64. You might only get a shot at the bullseye. But if you hit the single,
44.
Then you do what you just did. Obviously, treble 20. You hit the single 20, you'll still get a treble to outer ring double combo.
Well, you say that, but playing devil's advocate here. So the single on the 118 leaves you 98. Leaves you down on double 19. A double you don't practice often. Now, you practice a fair bit
81.
on the bullseye, so you'd fancy your chances a little bit. I know it's a smaller target area. I completely get the point. But just playing devil's advocate for a second.
Don't hide behind devil's advocate, Henry.
58.
So you think you're more likely to hit the bullseye than you are to hit double 19?
To be honest, I've got just as much chance of missing both, so...
You're more likely to hit the double 19 going for the bullseye.
97.
You obviously saw me play on Tuesday night.
$137.
Gary Robson getting himself down to a finish. Well, he wouldn't mind being on the ball at the end of this shot.
99.
But
Gary,
he won't have to be because
129.
Norris isn't in finishing range. Does start downstairs still. Well, I like that second dart. I approve, Henry,
51.
this time.
Just go for the bullseye, Murph. Don't go for the bullseye here, Alan.
Don't go
big.
for the treble 20.
Go big.
140.
And the thing is that it was laid up in a way that it could have so easily have been so.
Well, it's double 12 here for Gary Robson to edge ahead. 3-2.
That's game
and it is
short of the fifth
3-2.
flag.
And
Gary
once
Robson.
again, Alan Norris is in a real battle here. He appreciated that checkout. Did Chuck?
6 flag. It's Alan the throw first. Game on.
But he could be putting himself under a real handicap here. If he loses his first couple of matches, the one silver lining is there's going to be slender defeats for Alan Norris.
140.
But he's going to have seen Chris Mason and Gary Robson pull 4 points clear.
If he wants to get through, if any player wants to get through, you sense your minimum requirement on day 1 is a 3 and 2. Anything other than that,
80.
you are snookered.
So we're talking about Alan Norris having to win all of his remaining games if he loses this one.
Indeed.
And the last one of the day is against Chris Mason, which could be crucial because, well, what do we call it in the Super Series? A 4-pointer?
Suppose you'd have to, wouldn't you?
85.
This could be a 180-pointer.
140.
Only a 140. So Norris here, 6 darts and 196 to take us all the way to a deciding leg, like in his first game against Layton.
180.
Excellent. Absolutely excellent.
It just takes the pressure off. Now likely to force the decider.
68. And you require 60.
Gary Robson hasn't been the best in deciding legs at the Super Series. Come on to that if we get there,
No
because
score.
we might not get there.
Gary, you require
That's a bust.
139.
So, treble 14, he went bullseye, double 16.
99.
That would have been
And you
some
require
still. So,
16.
Norris to take us to a decider wants double 8. That's a nice guide, and it proved to be the case. I mean, we'll go all the way. Alan Norris lost his opening game of the day in the last leg against Mark Layton. Both of the deciding leg games we've had today have been won by the player who threw second.
Yeah, Gary Robson does have a negative record for deciding legs at the Super Series. However,
100.
he has a positive record when throwing first. Alan Norris's debut for 2022.
140.
No real knowledge to go from based on this year. However,
135.
he's also lost more than he's won in deciding legs. This could be a cagey one. Although no sign of that so far.
91.
I can't see any cages anywhere.
That's usually when you get to the double, isn't it? When you get to the checkout range, you start to see the nerves and the shakes come into play. Oh, and he's
86.
unfortunate there. Gary Robson will feel that he should have been on a checkout after 9 darts. Alan Norris only needs a ton to make sure he is.
And that first dart, well, that second one's absolutely horrible. And there's only one thing he can do. He has to go for the treble.
60.
That would have been dart of the day if he found the treble 20 from there.
Well, Henry, playing devil's advocate, could he have gone bull-bull?
He could have, but I wouldn't have advised it.
100.
Well, 210 left. Robson will have a dart at double. There's no doubt about that, unless there is a disaster from Gary Robson here, but he's under pressure.
Gary, you require 80.
Devil's advocate would say tops, tops. Single for tops. How much of that bed is blocked?
Game,
How much can he
shot,
see? He
and
can
the
see
match.
enough
Gary
to claim
Robson.
victory. Gary Robson is a victor by 4 legs to 3, and see what it means to Robbo. And for the second time today, Alan Norris has gone all 7 legs, but has come up dry in the decider. Those are the match stats. Both players averaging 89. Both players 2 maximums apiece, but it's 4 from 10, 40% on the doubles, which is what's won it for Gary Robson in the end. He gets the better of Alan Norris by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a short break. Chris Murphy's going to race his way up to the gantry to join Abigail Davies, and upon our return, we're going to see Barrie Bates in action against John Boy Walton.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Gary Robson has just come through in a last leg decider to condemn Alan Norris to his second defeat of the morning session. Chris Murphy alongside me. Fair to say we didn't expect this, but Alan's finishing 23 darts missed at double in his opening 2 games. Just not good enough at this standard.
Yeah, a bit of rustiness, isn't it? You can see that the level there, with those darts missed at double in that match, 8 of them, still averaging just shy of 90. So we know that if he can sharpen that up, then he will be competitive at the top of the table. Look, both games could have gone the other way. I'm not just trying to dig myself out of a hole here because I tipped him to top the table. But yeah, I don't expect to see it keep happening. But maybe that's just where there's been a little bit of an advantage from Chris Mason and Gary Robson, for example, in being here all week. Just a little bit of rustiness early on from Norris.
I was going to say, how many times do we see that from players like Gary Robson, who didn't really do anything spectacular in the first 3 days, I think it's fair to say, but they're now really showing what they're made of in Group C? Yeah,
well, how many times in darts, how many other formats do you get another chance? How many times do you get a fresh start in the same tournament? So we've seen players, Henry mentioned them in commentary, Moreno Blom a few weeks ago, Kieran Tian, who will be at Champions Week after finishing bottom of Group A earlier. So, it's a reset, isn't it? It's a chance to just start again, a couple of days of good darts and everything can change.
And anyone who's really surprised you so far in this group? I know we're only 5 games in.
Maybe Mark Layton a little bit. He's produced some good performances, winning 1, losing 1, living up to his nickname of the Grinder as well. But yeah, not massively surprised by anything. Impressed by Chris Mason, and I've been saying it, and it's come to pass that maybe a close victory will be important for him, and he's got one.
Absolutely. There we can see it's Barrie Bates and John Walton, 2 of the players yet to pick up any points in this group. We have got those 2 players who are, of course, coming up next. We've got a clip, actually, of the only leg that's been won by either of these players so far this morning. It was Barrie Bates who took out a 64 to get a leg on the board. And we were saying before we came live, he was quite impressive in that 4-1 defeat, wasn't he?
Yeah, he could have been 2-0 up in that, and then it's a different game totally against Chris Mason, particularly with what we were saying about Mason being a good front runner. So yeah, I think Barrie, I think he'll win more than 1 leg in this match. Well, I think he'll win all 4, to be honest, but we'll see.
Right then, let's get into this one and see whether this man is going to be a jinx once more. Let's hand back over to Henry in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Abby. So the end of this game will see the end of the second round of fixtures here. Both of these players looking to get that first win on the board. Barrie Bates played well in that game against Chris Mason. It was just Mason's timing which was the difference in that one. Up against John Walton, who lost 4-0 to Gary Robson in his opener. Will be looking to get his first victory on the board quite quickly. It's been a little bit of a baptism of fire for John Boy in parts so far this week. But Barrie, in the interview with Phil Bars early on this morning, was not talking up his chances, but was confident about what he can do this week. He's going to take it as it comes, but was speaking about his form in Super League. He's playing a lot locally these days. 4 from 4 on Tuesday night.
85.
And any kind of confidence that you can gain, especially in a group like this, will help.
45.
Yeah, it could be anything really this match, Henry.
40.
John Walton is a player, we were saying it all week in Group A, he's a player that all the others are expecting to beat. Now, that's without any disrespect, but he's struggling with that shoulder injury. He's not often posting averages
45.
of more than 80, and he's only won 2 matches over the course of 3 and a bit days now. That does bring its own pressure, doesn't it? Particularly when all your other rivals are beating him.
And it piles on more pressure. Barrie Bates is going to go off like this. I mentioned just before you set foot in the commentary box, he played well against Chris Mason. Mason's timing was just there, and just had a little bit of extra quality that no one else has had so far in this group in terms of averages.
Yeah, he nearly gave him the game that Mark Layton did, Barrie Bates. Winning that second leg would have made it very, very different.
Well, 56 will give him the
83.
opener of
Barrie
inner regulation.
56.
15 with Walton back on 288, so he has got the luxury of time.
that's game
Doesn't
shot
need
in
the
the
luxury
first
of
leg.
time.
Barrie
He's out to
Bates.
make a statement as Barrie Bates. 14 dart, opening leg, holder throw.
Second leg is John
Champagne
first.
darts.
Game on.
You mentioned that World Cup final that Barry and our commentary colleague Mark
60.
Webster got to back in 2010. That was kind of a World Cup final for the darting hipsters. Batesy, Webby,
99.
Barney, Stompy. I'm sure there's one or two listening in that'll be happy with that mention.
Well, at that time, I think, you know, Barney and Mark Webster were real top players, weren't they?
92.
Webster not long off moving over as a Lakeside champion and reaching the semis in the PDC World Championship. In fact,
60.
I think it was the same year that him and Raymond van Barneveld played in their one and only third place playoff at the Ali Pali, which Mark Webster won. But yeah, Stompy and Bates, even then, were kind of, it was a very strange mix, wasn't it? And that's what you do get at the World Cup of Darts sometimes. It's very rare that you get a team a la
60.
Lewis and Taylor and now Price and Clayton, who have two players very high up the rankings.
Yeah, interesting tournament there. It was played in Sunderland.
57.
And you may remember it was on the backdrop of a massive storm and people had to basically shovel their way out of their hotel rooms to actually get to the tournament.
180.
Superb stuff this from Barrie Bates, by the way. Two maximums already
59.
in this match.
Barrie, you require 102.
Well, he's got a choice here. I don't think the bull's the right choice. With John Walton on 110.
62.
Henry
John,
obviously
you
will play
require
devil's
110.
advocate. He will say that bull is the best thing to do, but in that spot, for me, it's the wrong thing. Now, treble 18 would be the right thing, as would the double.
That's game short
And
in
there
the
we
second
see
leg.
Barrie Bates
John
not
Walton.
giving himself the best opportunity, Henry, and being punished.
I never
Third
said go
leg
for the
is
ball
Barrie to
second
throw
dart.
first. Game on.
In some scenarios, for example, if Walton's not on a finish there, no problem at all with going for the bull. 17 then to leave
60.
tops if it's a 25. But when your opponent's on a finish like 110, give yourself the best chance to finish.
It's board management.
96.
And you look at it, and you'll think Barrie Bates should be 2-0 up. A little bit like the match against Mason.
81.
However, those averages on your screen, they're only a guide. And interestingly, despite the chasm in the averages, if you look at the checkout percentages,
60.
both 1 from 1. Now, usually when you see those averages between them at this scoreline, you'd expect a barrage of doubles miss from the player who's
100.
got the higher average. Well, that's not the case.
Well, Batesy might have had another dart double had he gone for a treble rather than the bull. I'm going to advance that argument a little more. Most players would go for treble
60.
14 to try and leave tops. I even think when your opponent's on a makeable finish, there's no harm in just going for treble 20 to leave double 11.
100.
The treble that you're most likely to hit. Obviously, it depends on the lie of the first dart, particularly if it's inviting. Why not? Why go for a treble that you very rarely aim at to leave a
95.
particular double?
Barrie, you require 160.
All the same size, aren't they?
Exactly, devil's advocate.
100.
Now, one of us is talking sense, Henry, and one of us is talking nonsense.
You can say who's saying what via our Twitter channel at MSS Darts. Please do get in
78.
touch with
Barrie
myself and
requires
Murph
60.
as Bates returns for 60 for 2-1. Double 10.
Yeah,
That
that's
makes
game
perfect
short in the
sense for
third
Barrie
leg.
Bates.
Barrie Bates.
And he leads 2-1 against John Boy Walton. It's all gone with the darts thus far.
Forward leg
And,
is John the
well, that would have been the
first.
acid test, wasn't
Game
it? If he
on.
missed the darts there, and if Walton won that leg, made it 2-1, then we would really be talking about
60.
82 split in leg 2.
Yeah, and it's still perfect finishing. It will say 2 out of 3 for Barrie Bates, but doesn't matter, does it? If you're not allowing your opponent another trip to the hockey, then it's as good as perfect.
64.
Basically, if he wins the match, it doesn't matter, but...
Yeah, but stats are misleading sometimes. Now John Walton has 100% checkout success rate.
93.
Barrie Bates is 66.67. But in missing that double top, he got the double 10 the same visit. So his functional double success rate is perfect still. 100%.
55.
Well, us commentators, pundits, presenters, we've been having these conversations recently about how statistics should
85.
evolve within the sport. And I think visits to the board on doubles, I think, is the next logical step in terms of statistical oversight and overviews of a game of darts.
135.
Yeah, agreed. I also think in the scoring segment, maximum visits rather than just 180s is a better route. Even
99.
170 plus doesn't fully capture it because a player can set up a finish by hitting 3 treble 18s, 162, and that's a perfect visit.
161 to 177, and then 162 to 177, and then
still with that. If a player wants to go treble 20, treble 20, treble 10 to leave a double, I think maximum visits is a standout stat.
But then someone could go treble 1, treble 1, treble 1.
Well, that wouldn't be a maximum visit, would it?
Yeah, true. But
84. John, you require 92.
Very argumentative today, Henry.
Too much caffeine, Murph. Anyway, John Boy Walton to level us up at 2 apiece and to keep the trend of holds alive.
Yeah, we can't rescue it, so a real opportunity now for Barrie Bates.
Barrie, you require 40.
Well, this is interesting, actually. We'll come on to the stats talk in a second.
Yeah, that's
because
game
John
shot in
Walton
the
there,
fourth leg. Barrie Bates.
by messing up in finishing range, didn't give himself another double, so he's still at 100% here.
Fifth
Barrie
leg,
Bates
it's Barrie to throw first.
leads 3-1 in the match, and he's 20 points higher in the averages. As Henry said, only a guide and can't read too
83.
much into them in a single match. But when we can read into them is over the course of a day, a couple of days, a week here at the Super Series. And that's the level that Chris Mason has been producing. So maybe Barrie Bates
81.
is one to watch in this group.
And Bates will probably think that he may have played the play. He'll sense you've got to beat in this group first up. Of course he would have wanted to got the win. Of course he would have wanted to got the win. But, okay, defeating that one. But now you've got the other players that you would expect to beat if you want to finish in the top 2.
And he lost 4-1. He might be about
41.
to win 4-1 and just cancel out that deficit straight away. Excellent response from Champagne Barrie. Do worry for Walton, though, Henry. I'm looking at his fixtures and thinking I can't see where a win is coming from, really.
Yeah, it's sad to see. And look, John's been around. He's an experienced
44.
player, but even the most experienced player is going to get a bit despondent at this point in time. Injuries have plagued him massively. And look, we've seen at the seniors this year,
60.
at the Circus Tavern, he can perform at a much better level than this. But it's just not quite happened this week.
140.
Can he find something to
John,
spark himself here?
140.
It only takes a visit. Oh, dear. Well, this could be it. Barrie Bates
40. Barrie
looking
require 56.
to post a standout average with a standout display.
Game.
And that is
shot,
fantastic
and
stuff from Barrie Bates, who defeats John Walton 4-1, averaging 92.44 and hitting 80% of his double attempts. Every time he went for a double, he did not allow John Walton back to the hockey, and finishing like that will take him a long way in this group. He rectifies a 4-1 defeat against Chris Mason with a 4-1 win over Walton. Mark Layton, who's been involved in a couple of 4-3s, is in action next against Gary Robson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen brilliance from Barrie Bates to complete a 4-1 victory over John Walton. He gets his first victory here in Group C, a comprehensive victory over John Walton, who's managed to take just a single leg from his opening 2 games of the day. As you can see there, the highest average we've seen of the session so far, the most clinical display on the outer ring so far today as well. 4 out of 5 checkout success, 2 180s in there as well from Barrie Bates. As we were mentioning earlier, he was really impressive in that defeat to Chris Mason in his opening match in Group C, and they're getting his first 2 points on the board. And it does look like doom and gloom now for John Walton in this group, beaten heavily in his first 2 games. We can take a look then at the league table at this early stage. All players now played 2 games, and it's Gary Robson and Chris Mason who are leading the way in the group, and it's Robson who comes up next against Mark Layton. Layton on 2 points. He scored well in his defeat to Chris Mason in the last game, but his finishing just letting him down at times, although he did take out this whopping 106 finish in that match. On tops, it's of course his highest finish of the day so far. As for Robson, he's 2 wins from 2 so far this morning. Really impressive from him. And as we were saying earlier, it seems like the 3 days of action coming into today are standing him in good stead against the slightly rusty newcomers. So let's get into this one then in the company of our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, Gary Robson is a man who has put himself in a very good position here. Cheeky little grin before he starts throwing his practice darts there. He knows that things are going well, and he could emerge as a key contender. Mark Layton has been involved in a couple of real grinds to live up to his nickname there. A 4-3 victory over Alan Norris in his first match, a 4-3 defeat against Chris Mason in his second, and Robson got his second win with a 4-3 victory over Norris himself, who is so far pointless, despite being one of the leading candidates to top the table. And every win now for Gary Robson and Chris Mason makes that less likely for Alan Norris. So already are we starting to get a little bit of practice room interest in some of the matches?
Well, it suddenly got a little bit quieter. It's the room next door to us here in the commentary box, and I think there's some poise. I think there's some interest. If Mark Layton can win this particular battle, it opens things right up.
Well, this has been a week of nostalgia here at the Super Series. Some of the senior stars of the sport, and it is a historic day in darts, of course. 38 years ago today, since John Lowe produced the first ever televised 9-dart finish. That was against Keith Deller at the MFI World Match Play back in 1984. Both players, of course, who were involved in the World Seniors last year, Lowe and Deller. Know that Keith keeps an eye on the action. Hope you're well.
140.
Also played, of course, the Super Series in Southampton in the build-up to the World Seniors Match Play in Hull. And by the way, if you do want to get yourself tickets to the World Seniors events, 4 of them on TV next year, you can head to worldseniorsdarts.com to find out all the info. Tickets for some of the events available at dartshop.tv, as are free tickets to be here on Saturday nights.
43.
Should be a nice little trip down darting memory lane.
You remember the route for the John Lowe 9-darter, Henry?
40.
It was treble 20, treble 15, double 18, if I remember rightly.
No, you don't. It was treble 17, treble 18, double 18. Yeah. You got the end right.
Admittedly, it was 27 years before I was born.
Robson didn't get that right because he hit a 140 to leave 166. Now on 306. He should be starting on the 19s. Let me give you a maths lesson, Henry.
98. Mark, you require 124.
A couple of treble 19s. You should then go for the bullseye. The best way to leave a finish, a single, then you can go back up for treble 20s.
Well, despite that, he may
56.
get away
Gary
with it.
requires
68 then after
68.
12 for a break in the opening leg. 16 away. Double 16.
Yeah,
To
that's been
take the
shown in the
opener,
first leg.
to break the
Gary
throw of
Robson.
Mark Layton in the opening leg, and that 140 visit is rendered null and void now. Gary
Second
Robson
leg,
gets
it's
the
Gary to throw
opening
first.
leg
Game
on the
on.
board against the Welshman Mark Layton.
Do you want to know another couple of things that happened on this darting day?
Enlighten me.
Really
96.
convincing wins in big major tournaments. Phil Taylor won the World Grand Prix in 2013, beating Dave Chisnell by 6 sets to 0. And Stephen Bunting, on the same day of the same year, won the World's
85.
Masters by beating James Wilson by 7 sets to 0.
That was the year he won the World Masters without dropping a set.
Yeah, remarkable stuff from the bullet. Who I also know is a big fan of the Super Series. So if you are
96.
watching, Stephen, a nice little memory for you there.
And I'd say that's probably a harder tournament to win without dropping a set, because that's best of 3 legs to a set.
Yeah, really, Stephen Bunting, an ace Arrowsmith.
46.
Made the decision to switch to the PDC when he was at the top of his game in the BDO. I think he would have dominated for much, much longer, but he did win stuff in the PDC, and I think he will again.
140.
Too good not to, in my opinion. Gary Robson has been good here. Although he's showing a showcase of what not to do in
100.
the 300, the low 300 segments, because he's hit 140s from 306 and 309 in the last couple of legs.
Let's go back to the logic of they don't miscount, they just don't count at all.
60.
Yeah, I mean, there is the argument to say that he's finds himself so far ahead in legs that maybe he doesn't need to think about counting at certain stages. It's almost the same routine, the 309 to 306.
140. Gary
Starting on the 19s
109.
and then working out from where the first dart goes what the route is after that. The route here is 17 for double 16.
77. Mark, you require 130.
Well, Robson got to 130 yesterday. Will one be hit against him today?
This would be some dart. It is some dart. It's bounced in there. He can't believe it. He gets to go at the bull.
87. Gary, you require 32.
So, 2 16s with dart 16. So open up a 2-0 lead.
Getting further
16.
away and can't find
Mark,
it. And
you
once
require
again,
43.
the grinder is sticking in there. 3 for tops or 11 for double 16. It is the former. Bottom to top.
Yeah, that's
to
been
level.
short in the second leg. Mark Layton.
And he's just carving out opportunities, isn't he, Mark Layton?
Third
Just
leg
finding
is
a
Marcus
way.
First. Game on.
And in this format, that's all you need to do, just find those 4 threes, as I say. Those mean games are the crucial games. Of course, you can get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at
97.
MSS Darts. There's been some chat and conversation today via the social media channels. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel where we'll be showing you every session live, posting the best highlights, player
60.
interviews, all sorts of bonus behind the scenes content. So please do give us a subscribe on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
43.
There have been some really good games today. And this group could be more competitive
40.
than perhaps we thought it would be. Robson himself certainly staking a claim to be amongst the lead leaders, but Mark Layton is showing that he
61.
could be a very, very tough man to beat.
I'm sure we can get a Layton Orient joke in before the end of play tomorrow.
95.
Well, if you're going to lay down the challenge, then I'll make it your task.
He's wearing the red of Orient.
55.
Can't find the red on that occasion. Just the wrong side of the wire, but he's managed to use that dart as a guide before switching.
94.
Could find himself ahead here. Robson needs to hit big all of a sudden. Can he do what Layton just did and use that dart as a guide? He does.
135.
Excellent visit to leave the leg perfectly poised.
But Robson will get a go at the 110. How handy can Layton leave this?
58. Gary, you require 110.
He's himself on 94. Robson here then, 110. For a breaker throw and a 2-1 lead.
58.
Decided to stay upstairs
with
with 72 remaining. Decided to go treble 24, potential double 6. So 94 for Layton. Gone bullseye route here. To guarantee himself a dart at the button, but the way the first dart went in, the bed was blocked.
Yeah, it was always going to be tricky. Now Robson has the chance to steal a march. Only one dart at double after that missed big number. It's at tops.
32.
It's not in tops.
Mark, you require 25.
It's been a long old leg, this. Already 42 darts tossed between them. Will it be won in 45 or more?
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
44
Mark
it
Layton.
is in the end, but Mark Layton, he might just have that knack, you know, of
Forward
winning
leg
the
is Gary to
scruffy
throw
legs.
First. Game on.
And that is not a bad habit to have.
You win, you win. It's like the old football mantra of 1-0 to the Arsenal. Get a scrappy 1-0 victory. It's worth all the same than a 9-0 or something like that. Points are points. Of course, leg difference is important. Absolutely important, but
28.
legs difference are irrelevant if you don't get the points on the board in the first place.
Yeah, well, you get the same amount of legs, don't you, for a 9-darter as for a 30-darter. Although John Lowe did get
34.
£102,000 for that 9-darter we mentioned earlier on, which was an awful lot of money in 1984. Alan Norris himself trousered £35,000 for a 9-dart finish, and he was the first man to do it at the Players' Championship finals a few years ago.
If any of us got a 9-darter, there'd be a look of disbelief.
140.
Well, there is a prize fund as from next week here at the Super Series. The Champions Weeks will carry a £1,000 bounty for a perfect leg, and if it doesn't go in this Champions Week, it will be rolled over to the next one.
60.
£41,000 next week is worth, including 20k to the winner.
95.
Just hit a little bit of a, don't know, a slow spell in this match. Somebody needs to take it by the scruff of the neck, you feel. And whoever does that will be able to race to the winning line.
43.
I think it's the first time today when we've seen both players really start to slug it out massively. Now Robson has a choice to make on the 94. Does he go the aggressive route of treble 18, or does he play it safe and go for the bull? Well, I think here, with the second dart, if you're going to go that route, double-double is the most likely way to win the leg from there.
Agreed. So 16 or 8. What's the option? 16 for double 16, for 3-1, for a breaker throw.
That's game short in the forward leg. Mark
That was a
Layton.
lovely lie as well, that single for the double. It just stopped the
Fifth
single
flag,
bed
it's marked as throw
from being
first.
bigger. It actually
Game on.
made the single bed smaller, so as a consequence, it actually makes the double look bigger. And, well, Layton leads 3-1, but have a look at the averages.
Yeah, not an awful lot in it.
140.
Both players have got a high checkout of 68, but the big difference is that stat there. Touching anything?
120.
No. He was hoping, wasn't he? Hoping it might have nestled into the bullseye there. If it was touching the segment, he would have got the points for it. If only they could press those wires in a little bit further.
140.
Marco Meyer, our referee, laying down the law. One of our excellent
100.
roster of referees and officials here at the Super Series.
One of our excellent ones. Are you suggesting that some of them aren't excellent there?
Absolutely not. We've got some brilliant referees.
Some brilliant. Here, there you go. Some brilliant ones. I think they're all brilliant,
60.
Henry. Come on, name names. Tell me off air.
60. Mark, you require 161.
Shall we move on to this 161?
Well, he's not taking it out, but he doesn't have to. And it might be strange to say it, but this would be a real ground out 4-1 victory.
96.
He had 84 left then, with one dart left in his hand. And he hit a single 19,
60.
going with
Mark,
the treble.
requires 65.
Not even I could apply devil's advocate there. So 65 remaining. Robson is back on 161. So this time he is on a finish, but decides to go treble 15 for double 10 for the
Shot
win
and the match,
for Mark
Layton.
Layton. And so it is 2 wins from his opening 3 games for Mark Layton with an average of 84.03, a checkout success rate of 4 from 6. Both players had 6 darts at a double in that match, but Layton with a better checkout percentage. You can see there 66% compared to 16%. Both players with a high checkout of 68 to boot. Well, we're going to take a short break. When we return, we are going to see Chris Mason in action. He takes on John Boy Walton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Mark Layton has just come through 4-1 winner to beat Gary Robson. There you can see an 84 average for Layton in that match. Robson just above 80. Robson looked like he was going to race away with that early on, but the Welshman digging in and turning the tide by taking a really scrappy second leg in 23 darts. It turned into a real slow and sluggish battle. Both players going through the motions a bit in that one, but Layton certainly not going through the motions on his doubling. 4 out of 6 for him. That's an area of his game that certainly improved from his opening match of the afternoon. There was some good, there was some bad, and there were some ugly darts in there, but it is Layton who gets his second victory of the day. Next up then we have Chris Mason against John Walton. We can see here Chris Mason taking out a 1-1-2 against Barrie Bates earlier on today in that 4-1 victory that he had. We mentioned that Mason could have been embroiled in a bit of a battle there because Barrie Bates didn't play too badly himself, but Mason able to pull away to get the 2 points on the board. We've already mentioned a number of times that Mason's been impressive in both aspects of his game, winning ugly and of course putting in that convincing display against Barrie Bates. Things are looking quite ominous for John Walton at this stage. He's taken just 1 leg from Chris Mason in the 3 games that they've played this week, and he's also taken just the single leg today as well. So then, are things going to follow in the same pattern, and will Chris Mason get another comprehensive victory on the board? Let's find out and hand back over to the commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, not much to fill the Waltonettes with confidence, is there? Fans of John Boy will be hearing that and reading the stats and fearing the worst here. And fans of Chris Mason, well, they'll be very, very positive after a superb start from Macy Ace. 2 wins from 2, including a 4-3 success against Mark Layton, which I've been saying I think could be even more significant than, say, the 4-1 win he had against Barrie Bates in his first match. And now with John Walton to play next, there is absolutely no reason why you wouldn't think he can carry on this perfect start to the day.
Absolutely not. And at this juncture, if he can get himself onto 6 points, he has set the stall out for the rest of the group to follow. Mason would be on 6. Then you'd have Layton and Robson on 4.
First, game
then it'd be down to Barrie Bates possibly to get a result against Alan Norris. Now, if Alan Norris wins that game, Chris Mason would be, even after 3 games in the group, in a pretty rosy position.
140.
He's starting to feel at home at the Super Series, and so he should. All the Masonettes watching will be very happy.
Sure, they've got to be Mace's aces.
60.
Sounds like an American dodgeball team.
Yeah, mine was a bit flat, wasn't it?
I decided not to enter any more discussions with you today, Murph.
Well, no, just...
85.
I value your opinion, Henry. Just often it's wrong.
And it's not as if I can out-pun you either.
96.
Well, Chris Mason is expected to outplay John Walton here. It must be a difficult feeling for John Walton to know that he's already
40.
Slipping away from contention in this group, having not been in contention in Group A at all.
It must be difficult because this is a man that's reached the very peak of the sport. Won a world championship, won a world masters, hit 9 dart finishes on TV. And look, there's extenuating circumstances because of the shoulder injury, and we've seen him play well this year. But for any player, this is a horrible scenario. And the thing with the Super Series is it's not like a normal tournament where if you go out there and you lose, you can go back to your hotel room or you can go home and you can hide yourself away for a little while.
Yeah,
John Walton's just got to keep going back to the well and keep going back to the well. And mentally, that must be a very draining experience, a very tough experience. And especially when Chris Mason's throwing 13 dart legs at you, it makes you feel 10 times worse. So I want to doff my cap to John Walton here because look, this must not be easy, but fair play to him. He keeps coming back, and he my word, is he trying.
And for Mason, I mean, Matt Edgar was saying, fair play to Matthew, some great number crunching last week, and pointed out that Mason,
59.
his level over the first 2 days of last week would have been enough to be the best performer on the Challenge Tour. It would have been enough to win
125.
the World Seniors Championship or any of the World Seniors events. It would have been enough to be a middle-of-the-road Pro Tour player. So do you think, knowing Chris Mason as you do, you've worked with him a few times now, that something might spark in him? And, you know, I don't expect him to go and bid for a tour card at Q School, but maybe get into that Seniors World Championship, maybe try his hand at a few other tournaments away from the Super Series?
I think Chris has caught the bug, hasn't he? And he was very dismissive and very much downplaying his chances this week when we were chatting to him, both of us in the commentary box, sat alongside him over the past couple of weeks. But Chris wouldn't do something, and we both know him quite well. Chris wouldn't do something unless he knew he was up to the level, not just the level he expects from himself.
Yeah, and it's pressure, isn't it? He's mentioned it himself, to be sat in this chair and then to have to go and perform in front of the cameras. It's thankfully something that you or I will never have to do.
90.
Chris Mason has to walk the walk, having talked the talk for so long. Double 18 for Walton to walk the walk. Double 9.
81.
Well, this could get sticky for John Walton now. Mason would be well advised to fire in a big score here.
Heading downstairs, sensible play. Well, John Walton's hit a 9-dart finish, but here he wants to hit a 9 to win leg 2. Double 4.
First man to win a match on TV, wasn't he, with a 9-darter? John Walton.
48.
The man with a thirst for a first. Chris Mason now wanting to feast on this 148, but I did say it could get sticky for John Walton, and now there is little margin for error.
81.
He can go high, cannot go low. Many players actually waste the first dart using it as a feeler.
Yeah, that's game short in the second
straight in.
John Walton.
And it's all square.
And of course, both of these players have hit a 9-darter at the same tournament. The World Masters. Chris Mason, the first player to do so. John Walton doing so back in 2007, as you say, to win the match.
We mentioned the historic 9-dart finish 59. From John Lowe earlier today. 38 years ago today it was hit. Of course, Chris Mason had the first PDC 9-darter on TV hit against him at the World Match Play by Phil Taylor, who trousered a hefty sum for that one.
55.
And nowadays you win a packet of pork scratchings to get a 9-dart. They're so regular.
Well, we've had 10 at the Super Series, haven't we? Oh, some players have hit multiple perfect legs here.
How many are you on in the comms box?
I do know, actually. I did do a tally recently, and in all of the tournaments that I have commentated on for different organisations, I've been blessed to commentate on 17 9-dart finishers.
Not bad.
My very first was followed by my second in the same match.
70.
Michael van Gerwen producing the goods there. Actually, one of our live league referees, Owen Binks, was calling it.
78.
I've got 2 in about 5 months.
Well, you haven't got them. You've commentated on them, Henry. Just put that straight.
No, I've got 2 9s.
Oh, yeah. Well,
39.
I think you've probably got 1 or 2 more than that. Mason has his nose in front here, but he's not out of the woods in this leg. Walton, well, I was going to say should move to 18th with a third dart,
100.
but that was me being a little bit mean and not expecting him to hit a treble.
However, he could be in trouble.
140.
He is in trouble.
John, you require 128.
The 128 is going to have to go, you feel. Treble 20 to leave a dart at the ball
103. Chris, you
So
require
Mason will return
56.
for the 56.
Double top.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
game
nicely
short
done
of the third leg.
By Chris Mason, just when John Walton was in the ascendancy, having missed a dart at the bull to break Mace.
Forward leg is John to throw first.
The ace gets his
Game
nose
on.
back in front. And I'm going to keep coming back to it. I do think that suddenly Chris Mason is not just playing at a superior standard, but he's also battle-hardened
59.
after getting through that game against Mark Layton. Even winning the second leg against Barrie Bates today was significant. Went on to win that match 4-1. Could have been 2-0 behind.
38.
And Chris would have known this himself before going into this week. You can play as much locally or practice or whatever, but until you are in that heat of battle
84.
on that stage, in front of the cameras, in front of the light, with the pressure on you, and you're totally exposed and vulnerable, especially when we're behind closed doors Monday to Friday. That will be the
46.
test of your resolve, the test of your mental strength, test of everything.
43.
It'll be a test for organisers, won't it, if he keeps playing like this, Chris Mason? Because if he and Paul Nicholson both get through, then they're going to have to look for
44.
another commentator on Saturday night and potentially next week.
No one wants me to be on my own. In the commentary box, maybe elsewhere, but
41.
not in the commentary box.
You got there before I had the chance, Henry. Yeah, Champions Week next week, getting underway on Monday morning. Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Daryl Pilgrim, Lee Evans, Kieran
58.
Tian, Graham Usher, Conan Whitehead, Scott Williams, Gavin Carlin and Peter Jakes, the weekly winners, who will be joined by one more come Saturday night.
It's actually the first time that we've been
58.
able to read out the full lineup of a week, because we all know who's going to be there. We're £41,000, 20,000 to the weekly winner. The last spot will be booked
140.
this Saturday. You can join us. Why don't you join us? We're going to have some legends of the game here on Saturday night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You can get your tickets. They're free of charge to see some legends of the game. It's www.dartshop.tv for more information on how to be here on Saturday night for the finals of Week 12 here at the Super Series.
Starting to get the sense that it is
John, you require 140.
the only way that John Walton might be there is to go on dartshop.tv and book a ticket. Treble 18. When you're ready, John. Get in there, John. Double 16. Never mind bang a ticket. He might get there with finishers like this.
114. Chris, you require
130 has been a
130.
story of this week for Chris Mason. He's taken it out twice and he's busted it once.
Well, you can't do anything from here, apart from set it up.
90. John,
So
you
Walton
require
returns to 32 to level us up at 2-2. And if this goes, there will be some eyes
16.
intently watching the
Chris, you
practice room, but
require
it doesn't. And so
40.
Mason returns for 3-1 and a break of throw. Tops he wants.
Yeah, that's game short
There we
of the
go.
forward leg.
It is
Chris
top. Well, we see
Mason.
that Chris Mason almost apology again there. I don't get it from Mason. Who's
Fifth
sat in
flag
this
is Chris to
chair
throw first.
many
Game
times
on.
saying never apologise. He claimed to Abby at the end of Tuesday when it was questioned that it wasn't an apology, but it looked like an apology. It sounded like an
100.
apology. It smelt like an apology. What was it if it wasn't an apology?
I don't know.
140.
Is it too late now to say sorry?
$100.
That's a modern music reference. I've got no chance.
By the way, that's not one that I would listen to, may I say.
It can't be Justin Bieber then. He's got that. He's got a Justin Bieber phone case in here, Henry.
You know I love my Britpop Murph and a bit of Robbie Williams. And Chris Mason will love those 3 darts in the board because it leaves him on a finish after 9 for the match.
Well, Henry Deacon may be a believer,
41.
but I'm a believer in Chris Mason. He'll be looking for treble 17 to try and wrap up this win,
57.
which he'll do when he comes back, I feel sure.
And so 64 after 12 to wrap it up for Mace the Ace.
100. Chris, you require 64.
64.
Game.
And Mace is playing his aces, and he is the top trump at the minute in Group C. He beats John Walton by 4 legs to 1 with an average of 85.05, 4 from 5 on his checkouts, 80% that equates to, and a 64 high checkout. So Chris Mason is proving to be the man to beat so far here in Group C. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Alan Norris in action, and he's up against Barrie Bates.
Welcome back to the Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Chris Mason has just made it 3 wins out of 3 on the opening day of action here in Group C. A 4-1 victory. That's just the second leg Mace has lost to John Walton in their 4 games this week. Another huge victory over him for Chris Mason. John Walton certainly had a few chances at the end of legs, but succumbing once more to the pressure from Mace. As you can see, 9 darts missed at the outer ring for Walton in that one. As for Mace, 80% checkout success. Another clinical and convincing display from him in that one, and it puts him in a really commanding position in Group C. And you'd have to say at this stage he must be favourite to go on and make it to finals night on Saturday. Next up then, we've got Alan Norris against Barrie Bates. Norris yet to pick up any points in Group C, but he has had that ton-plus finish to his name, of course. There we can see it is the 118 in his 4-3 defeat to Gary Robson. Of course, so far. Alan Norris has lost both of his games in last leg deciders. As for Barrie Bates, well, he was impressive in defeat to Chris Mason before picking up his first win in his last match. A really fantastic display in that one, and you'd have to say on the balance of things and the way these two have played so far today, you'd have to make the Welshman favourite to get another 2 points on the board in this one. So let's find out then and hand back over to our commentary team to see how this one goes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And already you get the sense that this is a big game for Alan Norris. Pointless after his first 2 matches. Barrie Bates winning one of his opening 2. If the Welshman gets a victory on this one, then already after 3 rounds of matches, Norris finds himself 4 points behind the rest of the pack here in Group C. And both of those defeats for Norris have come by way of 4-3 deciders. So it's not as if he's being outplayed, it's just he's been on the wrong end of things right at the very end of the game.
First leg, it's Alan the throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep the faith with Alan Norris for that reason in particular. He hasn't done an awful lot wrong, and you would think should be at least on 2 points so far today. Could have been on 4. Finds himself on none. Interesting that Abby said there, based on what we've seen so far, you would make Barrie Bates favourite. Would you concur with that?
100.
I think based on his performances today, I'd say so. I mean, yes, he lost 4-1 to Chris Mason, but if you actually break the game down, he was at 82 average. Mason's timing was excellent.
140.
And then in that second one, the 92 average against John Walton. 4 from 5 on the doubles as well, importantly.
45.
Yeah, that was a real standout display of the day. By the way, I did manage to catch a quick word with Alan Norris as I was wandering the corridors of the live lounge here, and did ask him about that spare set of darts, and it is just, the darts on the table are just an exact same set, although one of them is a little bit newer.
57.
So a bit smoother,
96.
a bit shinier. And he's just switching between the darts when he feels like just needs to change something, even though he's not really changing anything. It's just a little mental thing, a little quirk that he has.
76.
A prettier young model, but not as effective. A bit like me and you in the commentary box, Murph.
Sorry?
40. Alan, you require
Well,
20.
double 10 for a 13 darter for Alan Norris. He's already missed 23 darts at double so far today.
10.
Made that 26, although he's going to return, and you can see how frustrated he is with Bates all the way back on 259.
Pick up the other ones, Alan. Pick up the other ones.
22.
He does love double
10.
5 though, Norris, and we've seen him be successful on that target today. Straight for it, straight in it,
than the first
and
leg.
that's why he loves
Alan
it.
Norris.
Now, does he change the set of darts as he walks back? This time, he had a little look at them, didn't he?
Second leg is
They were
Barrie
saying,
the throw
use
first.
me, use
Game
me.
on.
But Norris sticking with the leg-winning set on this occasion.
60.
When Alan Norris
140.
has his bit between his teeth like that, he is a dangerous player.
140.
Let's have a look then at the mechanics of the throw from Chuck.
20.
Very simple action. Pulls it back, little twig, and then release. Whereas for Bates, there's a lot of moving components.
140.
A lot of shoulder involved, a lot of elbow involved.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of slingshot throws, isn't it, for Barrie Bates? Throw nowhere near
99. Barrie
his eye line
Uruguay,
either. If you just watch,
161.
almost over the head. So it's all about feel for Barrie.
43.
It's like he's throwing at a bit of a 45-degree angle off of his ear. So we'll watch it again, maybe a bit more in leg 2, because he's on
Barrie
118 now
Uruguay,
to
118.
level us up.
Which way will it go, Henry? Oh, he goes the right way.
Double
he goes the
19.
right way.
99. Alan, you require
If he got that,
144.
I'll out of here. 144 for Norris for 2-0.
But he won't get that. Bates will return for the 19.
94.
Now, the only thing he really has to
Barrie,
be
you
careful
require
of here
19.
is hitting 19 with his first start. No trouble there.
Yeah, that's game
And no
shot
trouble
on the
there.
second
So it's
bar.
parity
Barrie Bates.
for Barrie Bates, whose performance level has dropped off a cliff since that standout display against John Walton.
Third
But he
lag
does
is
find
Alan the
himself
throw
level
first.
against
Game on.
Alan Norris, despite a big gulfing class in the early exchanges.
Bit similar to the game we
99.
spoke about earlier on, where we saw for the opening few exchanges in the game between
140.
Robson and Walton. Even though Robson won that convincingly, his missing opportunities and Walton was there and thereabouts. Anyway, here's Norris back with his
60.
side-on action throw. In fact, it was the Robson-Norris game, wasn't it, where the average then came back up in the
140.
in the end.
Yeah, to me, those throws that you've just analysed, Henry, what it does, it's conducive to more consistency from Norris. Barrie Bates being much about feel is very liable to be kind of all or nothing in his visits. There you see, really well grouped the first couple of darts, but then having to make an adjustment is difficult.
Which is why we won't see him switch as much for the treble 19.
59. Barrie, you require 138.
143 for Alan Norris. I wonder if he'll pull off that party piece that I mentioned earlier on. Seen him do this on a Pro Tour
60.
before. Goes for treble
Alan, you
14
require
or
143.
treble 11. Doesn't look like he's looking that way now. Conventional stuff from Alan Norris. Treble 13 is the target with the last start, and he finds that to put pressure on this 78. So this is for a break for Barrie Bates.
38. Alan, you require 24.
It was a wire bender, but Norris can get his nose back in front. Been involved in 2 battles already today. He's in the midst of another here, and he's missed 2 darts at double.
12.
He's missed 3 darts, and Barrie Bates will come back.
Barrie, you require 40.
1 from 7 for Norris, which gives Bates the opportunity to break. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game
And there
shot
it
on the
is,
third
and Bates
leg.
leads
Barrie
by
Bates.
2 legs to 1 against Alan Norris, and he's gone back to the table,
Forward leg,
and I
it's
think
Barrie
he's
to throw
picked up
first. Game on.
that second set.
Well, he might want to pick up the second set, but keep the first set as well at this rate. Needs some advantage to get himself going.
You say that, Murph, but again,
125.
the scoring phase is absolutely fine, as you can see in the averages. But we head back
59.
here. 1 from 7 compared to 2 from 6.
Yeah, it's been the bane of the day for Alan Norris. He was beaten in his first match 4-3. Missed 15 darts at double in that one. He was beaten in his second match 4-3. Missed 8 darts at double in that one. So now running
121.
29 darts missed at double across 2.5 matches.
$96.
It'd be the right time to just clean up a ton 40 and 3 darts, wouldn't it? And
41.
silence the commentators,
Alan, you
if nothing
require
else.
140.
We'll keep talking then.
60.
I'm sure everybody watching at home was hoping that 140 went. Well, Bates will be open for 140 here.
140.
Gets to 140, and now
Alan, you
this
require
80 for Alan Norris is under severe pressure because Bates is left on tops for a 3-1 lead, but it might be tops for Norris.
Yeah, that's game shot in the fourth leg.
We're
Alan
talking
Norris.
about his woes on the doubles. Well, he just gets 2 for the price of 1.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Could not hit a double for love nor money, and then hits 2 even the decision to go that way, it is something that he's employed in the past, but to not have been
85.
overly confident on the outer ring. Sometimes you have to fake it until you make it. Norris did make it there.
59.
And look, Alan would have said to himself before this game got underway, just find a way. Doesn't matter how, whether it's pretty or it's ugly, at this point of the day and at this stage of the group, just get the 2 points on the board.
60.
Is it too early for Alan Norris to be thinking this is must win?
Not must win, but you leave yourself with little wiggle room the way the group is set. If you've got 5 players ahead of you on 4 points with only 2 spots through to finals night
60.
on Saturday, it's still doable, still makeable, and it's not complete panic stations, but you leave yourself with very little room to manoeuvre.
Almost thinking, if I don't win this game, then the last 2 today
95.
definitely are must win.
Exactly that. Well, he's put himself in a nice enough position here in this leg. He's got a bit of a buffer with Barrie back on 3-2-2. Norris now then has
98.
6 from 98 to get his nose in front. And if he can get this leg, it would mean that in every single match today, he has won at least 3 legs. The problem at the minute has been he's not got the 4th.
100. And you require 54.
Tried to leave tops by going for a double there, Alan Norris, previous visit. He loves doubles all of a sudden. You can't miss them.
Yeah, that's game short in the 5th flag. Alan Norris.
And he's 3-2 up. Well, that is one way to get yourself out of a hole, isn't it? If you're struggling on a certain segment, just keep going
6 flag, it's
for those
better to throw
segments.
first. Game on.
We saw it, didn't we, in the World Grand Prix semi-final between Aspinall and Price, where Gerwyn Price started going for double top in the middle of a leg. And then went on a spell, I think, of 8 legs unanswered after finally hitting it, having been struggling to find it earlier on.
100.
Alan Norris is, I mean, he's one of those players, and I think he's a bit like John Part in the fact that when you see that
100.
snarl and that little bit of aggression and energy, I think that's when we see his best stuff.
Yeah, he's a very happy-go-lucky kind of chap behind the scenes, but once he gets a bit between his teeth,
60.
he's a different beast.
100.
A mid-leg change of darts for Alan Norris. As I said, it is just the same set, same weight, just a newer set. I mean, that change worked, didn't it?
180.
It was like a pit stop in the middle of a Grand Prix where you move yourself from the intermediates into the nice slick tyres, and then you go racing away. Well, Alan Norris will be hoping to race away with the win if he can nail the 161. But Bates will return for 101 to see Norris's 3rd game of the day go all the way.
101.
Can he? He can now. Double 16.
Yeah, that's game short.
And once again, Norris is taken to the death. Back to the table. I wonder if he's changed the arrows again there, Alan Norris.
7th and final leg.
But
It's
not
Alan the throw first.
one set of
Game
darts
on.
yet. There's been a match-winning set of darts for Alan Norris. He's once again in a last leg decider. He has the throw. He lost in a last leg decider with the throw against
60.
Mark Layton. He lost with it against the throw against Gary Robson. And he's only off 60 here against Barrie Bates.
We might as well oh, here we go. I think that was a possible change as we see the zoom-in angle
60.
there.
I thought that he was changing leg by leg. It appears that he's changing visit by visit here, Alan Norris.
44.
I wonder if you've got to rename leg 7 here of the Super Series the Norris.
Well, he's in trouble. He's in trouble in leg 7 once again.
180.
Done so much right. But Barrie Bates
100.
has timed his first 180 of the match to perfection.
93.
Well, that was a bit of bad maths from Barrie Bates. Went down to the 19. 17s would have been a better option. as he would have left himself a finish.
34.
Alan Norris has actually miscounted as well. So given the advantage, and he's taken it away from himself.
80.
So Barrie Bates left on 88 for the match.
57.
And this would be
Very
for a
good
hat-trick
wire,
of last leg
88.
defeats for Alan Norris. It would put Bates on 4. Double 14
Game.
for Barrie
Shots
Bates
and
to
the
seal
match,
the win.
Barrie Bates.
And is yet another last leg defeat for Alan Norris. For Barrie Bates, for Champagne, it puts him on to 4 points. These are the stats on that particular match, an 84.39 average, a maximum apiece. But it is the checkout ratios, which is what decided it in the end. 4 from 8 for Bates, 3 from 11 for Norris. So that is the end of the third round of matches, the third cycle of matches. Please do join us after the break as we begin round 4 here at the Super Series.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Alan Norris has just lost his third match of the day, and he's lost them all in last leg deciders. As you can see there, he had the better average in that game. There was a noticeable drop-off from Barrie Bates in that one, but again, missed starts at double. The tail of the tape for Alan Norris today. Impressive and very competitive in the scoring phase of games, but another 8 misses at double to add to his tally. It looked like they were going to prove costly, and in the end they did. It was a 101 checkout from Barrie Bates to force a last leg decider, and then he took out 88 in that last leg to get the 2 points. A real sickening start to the day for Alan Norris. We can see what that does to the league standings after 3 rounds of games have been completed, and it is Chris Mason who is sat top of the table. Of course, he is still on for a perfect day here at the Super Series, and as you can see, his leg difference far superior to anyone else in the field as well. He does take on a man in Gary Robson who could join him on 6 points if he is to get the better of Chris Mason in this next match. The head-to-head stats show that it's 2-1 in Chris Mason's favour for this week's fixtures. Of course, they were both competing in Group A from Monday to Wednesday. Chris with 80% checkout success in his last match. That did include this 64 checkout in a 4-1 victory there. He is getting over the line in that match there. It's been a real show of defiance in some matches and some clinical edge as well in other victories. So we've seen a range of performances from Chris Mason already today. So let's get into this one then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Welcome back. Thanks, Abby. Chris Mason, yeah, the pace setter in this group. And having been the standard setter for most of the week, he's looking very, very good for a place at finals night. But that could start to change here, because Gary Robson is only 2 points behind Mason, and a win for him would see him pull level on points, close a little bit of that leg difference gap, and also leave Mark Layton and Barrie Bates 2 points behind, the pair of them with a game in hand, although that game is against each other after this one.
Indeed. And on a Thursday, when we get to game 4, this is where we will see the group develop. This is where we're going to see the patterns begin to emerge.
First
if Chris Mason can win this game,
game on.
Put himself onto 8 points, he puts himself about halfway there already. But Gary Robson has other ideas.
180.
That 180 so quick from
60.
Gary Robson, the camera was still zooming.
Can't get the technology, can't get the staff these days, Murph, can we?
You've been a little bit harsh towards our staff here at the Super Series today, Henry.
Nah, they're a very good bunch, aren't they, Murph?
There's one exception.
134.
Well, how about this, though, for a start?
100.
Maximum ton to leave himself on 1-2-1 after 9. And Mace, despite a 1-3-4 of his own and potentially more here.
140. Gary, you require 121.
He's left himself on 1-6-7 after 9. Gary Robson 1-2-1. Downstairs he goes. Treble 17 would have left himself a dart at the bull.
53. Chris, you
And
require
so for Chris Mason,
167.
1-6-7. Only one way to go for this.
And that's not it. Gary Robson did beat Chris Mason when they met yesterday. A 4-2 success for Robbo. Mason's worst performance statistically of the week. Doesn't look like he'll be following suit here. It's a strong start by the pair of them.
36. Chris, you require
Well, Chris
102.
Mason wants 102. Upstairs first. The treble 20 was what he wanted. He'll go across to either treble 14. Tops, right at the very top of the board.
62. Gary, you require
And so Gary Robson
32.
returns for double 16 to take the opening leg. Double 8.
Yeah, that's game shot in the first leg. Gary Robson.
So Robson takes the first leg.
Second leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
Well, this is a decent start to leg 2 for Mason.
140.
140 there for Mace the ace.
$100.
Well, this is a proper darting scrap. Here. Mason averaging a ton. Gary Watson averaging 90.
91.
Now, we put Norris and Mace as the top 2 in our group predictions at the start of the day. We both put Gary Robson third.
79.
There's always a reason why you put people in the top 3 places, because you feel they're going to do something. Well, Gary Robson is probably playing his best darts of the week today. 83.5 against Walton as Mason piles in his first max of the match. An 89.76 against Norris. And then in that defeat to Layton, a deviation to 80. But he's playing some good stuff today, but he may find himself back level. And so up for double 12 we go.
66.
Yeah, this is a great leg of darts from Chris Mason. Are you lavishing purple pros on Gary Robson? Mason has just missed a dozen darter.
40.
So then,
Chris, you require 24.
Mason's left himself on double 12 after 12. He's got the luxury of time.
And
there it is. It goes in first dart to the middle to left-hand corner of the bed. And so Chris Mason levels us up at one apiece against Gary Robson.
Third leg, it's Gary to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 103.07.
Yeah, fabulous response to dropping that leg. You know what? Alan Norris
60.
might already be in the position where he now hopes that Chris Mason beats everyone below him and just starts to pull away, so he stays closer to that second place. The likes of Barrie Bates and Mark Layton
96.
wouldn't really mind Robson getting a win here and keeping it tightly bunched between the four of them.
Completely agreed.
99.
It's easier to chase one spot, but knowing that there's less points in play than chasing two with a large chasm.
43.
And of course, you can get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series across our social media channels. It's at MSS Darts. We've had plenty of comments, plenty of interest to the action today. Even had a tweet from your commentary colleague, Matthew Edgar. Come on to one of us, give us a worldly joke. He set the bar this week, but I'm staying away from that domain.
Yeah, not gonna try and rival Matthew Edgar. What's your best darts joke?
I haven't got a darts
59.
joke. I've got puns elsewhere. Maybe I'll share one in the next leg. Non-darts related. Anyway, back to the action because Robson 1-4-3 after 12. Still on. Downstairs we go. Treble 17. He's himself on 66, so moved across for treble 10 to leave double 18. Chris Mason wants 164 for a 2-1 lead. Robbo will return for this 56. It's been an exchange of holds
58. Gary, you require
thus far.
56.
Topsy wants, Topsy gets. And Robson leads 2-1. It's all gone with the throw thus far in this match, and if that trend continues, Chris Mason should win leg 4.
Well, it looks like already he's intending to respond in the same way that he did in leg 2.
140.
That can be a little theme for the day, by the way. We had one yesterday on movies. Why not get involved at MSS Darts on Twitter? Tell us your favourite darts.
85.
Jokes. Henry's still annoyed with me after that time I put super glue on his dart. Just can't let it go, can you?
$140.
I've got nothing. I've actually got nothing.
Yeah, the silence was deafening. Chris Mason once again doing damage. As soon as he's lost a leg, he's regrouped.
45.
Battle-hardened Chris Mason. Suddenly a bit of a fighter at the Super Series. 140 to open, 140 to follow.
60.
And then 60 to get himself down to a finish after 9.
I'll tell you what, I've got one.
Go on quick, because Chris Mason's going to take out 161 when he comes back.
I bought the wrong flights to a darts match once. It all went pear-shaped.
138. Chris, you require 161.
When are you telling your joke?
$89.
I can't see it going pear-shaped for Chris Mason in this leg. Very, very good standard of slinging from Mace the Ace. There's got choices on 72. My guess will be treble 16, but it could be treble 12, treble 20.
Chris requires 72.
So 16 is the intended target. So another one of them leaves him one dart at double top.
52.
But that drags below. He is going to return for double 10 with Robson all the way back at 192 to continue our theme of holds in this particular matchup.
100. Chris, you require 20.
Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short on the
Nicely
fourth
done
leg. Chris Mason.
by Chris Mason, who squares it up. We are having a real darting flare up here between this pair.
Fifth leg, it's Gary to throw
Mason
first. Game
playing
on.
better on his legs than Robson is on his, so it suggests that there will come an opportunity for Mason to break in one of the final three. Although unlikely, that opportunity will come in this one after a perfect start from Robson.
$81.
Can you follow up, Gary? No is the answer. Now, you know I like a little bit of
77.
trivia in the commentary box. You like a little bit of trivia in the commentary box as well, Murph. Chris Mason, a man from Bristol. Gary Robson, a man of Newcastle upon Tyne. Now, to the nearest 10, I want you to tell me how many miles there is between Bristol and Newcastle upon Tyne. You got to the end of the next leg.
Nearest 10.
To the nearest 10.
59.
I'm going to go for Bristol to Newcastle. I'm going to go for about 370 miles.
93.
Get your guesses in at MSS Darts on Twitter.
So I'm not within 10 then.
I've heard one or two.
46.
I've heard one or two people in my ear say something that isn't too far off.
$60. Gary, you require 139.
139 for Robson. Back up for the 20s after hitting the single 19. Well, Mace is left on the 1-2-7 and game for a breaker throw.
99.
I'm going to make an argument though, Henry. It depends which way you go, doesn't it? 57. That's the way he's going to find the ball.
102. Gary, you require 40.
Yeah, I think I went too high with my guess. Gary Robson's gone too high with that dart, but that one
flag. Gary Robson
is pinpoint. And now Mason must win the last two.
6 flag, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
He's been in no danger, has he, on his own throat? He's been excellent. He does not like that start.
In fairness, that's kind of been the story of the match. Neither really troubled a break so far.
121.
He could lose here, Chris Mason, with an average of more than 10 points more than his opponent. 95.9, sorry, 95.65, plays 82.67 right now in favour of Mace.
Looking very comfortable, though, with the darts here. Looking perfect with the darts here.
180.
Well, he soon put that right, didn't he? A 1 with his first dart of this leg.
140.
Every other dart has been in the treble 20.
5 perfect darts. And it's put him in a privileged position in the 6th leg.
100.
Leaves himself on a ton after 9 to send us the distance once again in this compelling Group C.
45. Chris, you require 100.
Seventeens.
76.
Leaves himself double 12.
$63. Chris, you require
50%
24.
strike rate on this double this week. Only gets one at it. It's now double 6.
Yeah, that's game short in the 6th leg.
Which he's actually
Chris
got an
Mason.
even better return on. Goes a distance once again.
Seventh
Mason
and final leg is
won his
getting
last
through
match
first.
in a last
Game
leg
on.
decider against a throw. Sorry, his match before the last one, that one against Mark Layton. Won a little bit more convincingly, didn't he, against
100.
John Walton. Well, this is for 4 wins out of 4.
Excellent last start, especially when you consider the placement of the first 2. Had to find a way to sneak that in the treble bed. There's not much sneaking about that. That was a perfect first dart live for Gary Robson.
100.
An exchange of tons at the beginning of this deciding leg.
100.
And the trend continues.
$60.
As we're poised in the last leg, we'll give you the answer to the quiz question at the start of our next matchup. All focus here on this last leg, where Chris Mason is looking to make hay, is looking to make an imprint,
140.
and he's going to be the first to a finish after 9, leaving 161. But what can Robbo respond with?
Earlier this week, we saw Chris
100.
Mason produce
Chris, you
really good
require
performances,
161.
not always convert them into wins. Today, he's won every single game he's played. And he is going to leave himself handy.
137.
Only allow Gary
you
Robson
require
a chance at
141.
141. And he can't afford a stumble.
And so Mason will return for double 12. We'll go across to the 16s here, Robson. And so Mason now,
Chris, you require
double
24.
12.
Game,
To make it
shot,
4
and a match.
wins
Chris
from
Mason.
4. And Chris Mason is beginning to emerge as the player to beat here at the Super Series in Group C. Have a look at that free dart average, 99.09. 2 maximums to his name, 4 from 9 on the doubles, a checkout ratio of 44.44%. It's all about the 4s. 4 legs, 4 wins. Chris Mason is the man at the top of Group C. We're going to take a short break here on Sporty Stuff TV. Afterwards, Chris Mason's going to be chatting with Abigail Davies up on the balcony for some analysis.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Chris Mason come through in a last leg decider. Chris Murphy alongside me to reflect on this game and everything else we've seen so far today. A 99 average from Mace in that one, 4 out of 9 on the checkouts as well. Murph, this is a game that yesterday we certainly wouldn't have been talking about Chris Mason coming through in a close game like that. What's changed for him today, and why is he coming through in these close encounters now?
A couple of things, I think. One is the belief that he would have garnered from his performances in the first 3 days, but also the fear factor for the other players. Gary Robson's seen what he's done. He's been here with him, and maybe knows that Mace is unlikely to buckle right now, and the same for Mark Layton, who he managed to beat earlier on as well. He hasn't been here, but he would have been well aware, because there's been a bit of a noise made about Chris Mason's performances on social media. So I think those two things, and also just winning that second leg, it might not seem significant, but the second leg of the day, when he could have lost it to Barrie Bates and been 2-0 behind, he started to show himself that he can win at the important moments, and he's had 2 last leg deciders against the throw and won them both.
And in terms of last leg deciders, we have to mention Alan Norris, who has lost in all 3 of his matches in last leg deciders. His final 2 games of the day. Do you think they must win at this point?
Maybe not, because Chris Mason has just won, and that means that he's still closer to second place. But look, for him, he'll be feeling like that. He'll be thinking, you know, he has to win the last couple of games. He probably knows now he's not going to top the group. But if Mason does just keep winning and pulling away, it makes it a little bit easier to come from further behind to take second spot. But I'm not sure what he's done on the way, and he must have walked under a ladder and drove over somebody's cat as well.
Right, before we get into this next game that we've got coming up, I heard you mentioning jokes. So I've got one that I'm going to put to you. What do darts teams play in winter?
Darts?
Ice hockey.
Okay.
There we go. I know he's going to put that in his pocket. He acts all nonchalant, but he'll put that in his pocket and use that later as his own. So then, Barrie Bates up next against Mark Layton. It is the battle of the Welshies. Layton, the 65 to beat Robson, we can see it here. That was such a decent performance from him, especially because his doubling has been a bit of an issue for him, hasn't it, this morning?
Yeah, living up to his nickname, isn't he? Grinder, and he's grinding out results. And he ground out that, even though it was a 4-1 win. Just in every leg, he's just difficult to shake off. And I think that may be the case for the rest of the day. He's one of those players who nobody really wants to play, because they know they're going to be in for a fight. And
Barrie Bates, do you think there's a case for him getting through this group on what you've seen so far?
It's a high ceiling, a low floor for Barrie Bates. So if we see more of the good stuff, then yes, but I don't think he's going to do what, say, Chris Mason is doing and just have a consistency at high level. We're going to see ebbs and flows with Barrie Bates, and if we see a few more of the highs, then he's got a chance of maybe taking second spot, yes. Yeah,
we certainly saw those ebbs and flows in his last match, didn't we? We saw the highs and the lows from Bates in that one. What will we see in the battle of the Welshies up next? Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. So it is an all-Welsh battle here in Game 11 of our day here in Group C. A double dosage of darts today on Sporty Stuff TV. We return at 10 o'clock for the beginning of Group B, and you do not want to miss that. Andy Jenkins in action, Tony O'Shea in action, and of course, our very own commentary colleague Paul Nicholson will be in action. You do not want to miss it, but our full focus here is on Group C and on this battle between Bates and Layton. And in terms of the league table, in terms of the league standings, the winner of this particular matchup will go outright second in the group on 6 points. Following the conclusion of the fourth round of games for them two, and then we'll see a battle at the bottom of the table after this between John Boy Walton and Alan Norris.
93.
Did you deliver a verdict on Abby's effort at the joke?
No score.
Harsh, but fair. We're having a few tweets in about darts jokes. My favourite so far, wanted a game of darts with my friend. I said nearest the ball goes first. He said bar. I said moo. He said you're closest.
77.
But serious stuff here at the Super Series. What about the question that Abby asked me then about Barrie Bates being a potential progressor from Group C? Where do you sit with that?
Well, you look at the way the group is at the minute. Look, anyone in that 2 to 4 bracket, yes, you put most definitely into play. But don't rule out Alan Norris. He's won, look, he hasn't won a game yet, but he's won 9 legs. That is as many as Barrie Bates has won today. But yet Bates has got 4 more points.
Yeah, good point. Good points for Barrie Bates.
100.
This pair played on the Challenge Tour. They'll play twice in the next couple of days. When they played on the Challenge Tour in 2017, it was twice in the same day.
Like London buses.
100. Barrie require 128.
Yeah, they were both victories for Barrie Bates.
84.
One by 2 legs, one by 1 leg.
$100. Barrie require 44.
Wonder whether Barrie Bates is a bit of a 4 Tops fan. No, he's not. 12 double 16.
Don't know that band.
28. Mark, you require 80.
Could be 2 Tops, the tribute act. Doesn't go the way that we saw Alan Norris employ earlier.
Yeah,
conventional and clinical.
Mark Layton.
The grinder again. Just waits around, doesn't he? Hovers around for them to miss and then mops up.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
Taking advantage of opportunities. Sometimes that's all you got to do in this game. Darts is a game that you physically
55.
have to win. There's not many other sports. Cricket's the only comparison in terms of sports you have to go and physically go out and conjure up the victory. In snooker, you can plant a couple of balls here and there and force a foul from your opponent. Team sports, you can play for time. I suppose in cricket you can play for a draw, I suppose.
Yeah, well, even in cricket, you've got the opposition stopping you doing what you're trying to do, haven't you? In darts, you don't have that. I think the closest thing to it is actually like an athletics race or
45.
something where you all set off running and you've all got a lane each and the fastest person wins. Physically, you can't do anything in darts. Some people would argue that mentally you can.
I was going to do that athletics joke, but I thought I'd pass the baton.
$44.
And the tumbleweed has passed. Back to the darts. Yeah, I make it Murphy in the lead, Abby a close second, and Henry
83.
not even off the starting blocks.
See, I would do a Super Series joke, but apparently I'm the only joke around here.
60.
That's the first time we've agreed all day. Well, no joke in the standard in this group. And I must admit, when I looked at
95.
the incoming field, I thought that we might not get the same kind of level that we got from Group A. Barrie Bates has been up and down. Mark Layton has not
41.
been pulling up any trees of late.
68.
We know that John Walton had struggled in Group A, so I'm pleasantly surprised with some of the matches we've had so far.
And this has been, for me, Layton's best performance so far.
Game
Double
shot
4
in
for
the
a
second
2-0
leg.
lead.
Mark Layton.
And this is ruthless and efficient from Layton, who is charging away like
Third
the
leg,
Orient
it's Barrie to
Express.
throw first. Game on.
Knew you'd get there in the end. There you go. You've redeemed yourself,
60.
Henry.
And you see 2 out of 2 on the doubles. Let's have a look at the averages. As you can see, there's a bit of a chasm. This is below the standard we've seen from Barrie Bates so far today. 82.19 in that defeat to Mason.
56.
Followed by a 92.44 against John Boy Walton. And then an 84.39 in that 4-3 win against Norris. However, this is a bit better. Layton here, 85.78.
$100.
And I was mentioning before you came back into the booth, Chris, about tonight's Group B and just a little
85.
look ahead to that, because you've got an interesting dynamic. You've got the likes of Richie Houghton and Andy Jenkins, who've had really good 2022s. Tony O'Shea, who's pulled up trees on the seniors circuit so far this year. And then you've got the likes of Paul Nicholson,
90.
who we know is coming into this for the first time. Wes Newton, whom perhaps we haven't seen so much of either in 2022, apart from the few days we saw on Monday to Wednesday.
83.
Yeah, should be a really exciting group. That I think that one is very, very difficult to pick a 3 players from. We actually had a chat, myself and Matt Edgar, off air early this week. And obviously every player wants to win the group. Every player, if they don't win the group, wants to get into Group B. But we were talking about Chris Mason. And we actually said it might be more likely he gets through Group C than Group B, even though it's 2 places from 6 rather than 3 from 5. Because I think there is a higher level of player in that group tonight. And there is not as much difference between them.
Mark, you require 170.
We've seen a high level from Layton in this match, particularly in terms of the checking out. Can he carry it on with the biggest finish of them all? No, he can't. Bates will return, having failed to find either of his 2 double attempts so far in the game.
Double 10.
Yeah, that's game
That's a good last start. And that could be the spark for Barrie Bates in this particular match. It's been a little bit below what we've seen from him so far today. Nice little sporting mark of respect from the pair. Both players from Wales. I know it's a very close darting community in that part of the world.
25. $78.
And they do support their own, do the Welsh. That's why Abby was asking me whether I thought Bates would get through. You'll be hoping for a Layton Bates 1-2, I'm sure.
58.
Didn't he play for Everton?
That was Baines.
41.
Just like the toffees, Layton has found the sweet taste of the lipstick.
140.
Best run at the World Championship for Barrie Bates was actually 2009 when he reached the quarter-finals. It
60.
also saw Paul Nicholson reach the last 8 that year. Nicholson beaten by James Wade. Bates beaten by Jacob Rees-Mogg's favourite darts player, Mervyn King.
$58.
So Layton here with 6 darts on 185 to open up a 3-1 lead. And it has to be said, it has been quite comfortable for him so far. Hasn't really needed to grind
60.
this particular game out.
$60. Mark, you require 125.
And another 6 from this juncture. 125.
Having a good old look there. He's 65, we'll forgive him. Can just ask the referee. I'm assuming he knows it's in.
50.
That could be a bit of a disaster dart, because it may mean at the next turn he may only get 1 dart at double, and Barrie Bates here is going to apply the pressure.
Mark requires 75.
Well, the clinical finishing has been the feature of his game. Hasn't missed a dart or double yet.
Yeah,
He's
that's
taken out
Game Sean
80,
on the forward line.
and now
Mark Layton.
he's taken out 75, and he leads Barrie Bates 3-1. An awful lot of respect between the pair.
Fifth flag.
Enjoying each other's highlights in the
Game.
match. A couple of fist bumps at the end of legs, but Layton here is putting paid to those chances of Barrie Bates being the one to
30.
move into a provisional second spot by taking it himself.
And no matter what, because the next game's between the bottom two in the table who are yet to get off the mark, the victor here will end the
60.
fourth round of matches today. Second in the table behind the pace-setting Chris Mason as we enter the last round of the day.
78.
We will see in our final round of fixtures, Barrie Bates will return to face Gary Robson. Chris Mason will take on Alan Norris. And Mark Layton will take on John Walton. So this game perhaps may be taking on extra
81.
significance for Champagne.
Yeah, the next game is huge for both John Walton and Alan Norris. Neither of them have picked up any points yet.
80.
Big
96.
final four matches coming up between now and around 2:30. I would imagine we'll be on air till today.
83.
Unless we have some one-sided affairs.
And then we are back tonight from 10 o'clock for the start of Group B. And then it'll be the same service tomorrow for finals night on Saturday, 10 o'clock start in the evening. And of course, you can be a part of the action alongside myself, Murph, and the 6 combatants.
84.
Dartshop.tv, the place to be for your free tickets. And if Mark Layton can take out this 139 for the match, it'll help his chances of being here on Saturday night.
82 left. That's why I went for the treble 14. 146 for Barrie Bates is the
131.
shot to stay alive.
Barrie, you require 146.
Well, Mark Layton has not missed a dart at double
90.
in this entire match.
Mark, you require 8.
It's been a key feature of his game all day, and he might be getting a 3 from 4 return here. Double forward secure it. First flinch.
Game.
But it does not matter as Layton gets over the line in the battle between the Welsh pair. Picks up his first career victory against Barrie Bates. Checking out 4 times from 5 attempts. It didn't really matter that he missed that one at double 4 in the end because he hit the double 2 next time. And it's Mark Layton who makes his move up to second in the Group C table. 2 points behind Chris Mason, who is yet to lose today in Group C. Coming next, 2 players who are yet to win today as John Walton takes on Alan Norris.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Merthyr has just come out on top in the battle of the Welshies. It was a victory for Mark Layton over Barrie Bates in that one. As you can see, almost 10 points in the average in that one. 80% checkout success for Layton in that match. As Murph said, we've seen highs and lows from Barrie Bates, but we've not seen him settle at a consistent medium yet today. Just 1 out of 5 of his checkout attempts pinned in that match. As for Mark Layton, well, that's his 3rd victory of the day, and it moves him up to 2nd in the league table at this point in the day. There you can see confirmation of that. He's now on 6 points behind Chris Mason, who has won all 4 of his matches so far today. You can see Mace with a superior leg difference as well in that table. Next up, we have the 2 players on 0 points, yet to pick up their first win of the day. Chuck Norris has come agonisingly close, hasn't he, in all 3 of his matches, losing them in deciders. But as for John Walton, well, he took out this 1-1-10 finish on double 18. Of course, very few things going his way so far today, but this was a lovely check out from him to get a leg on the board against Barrie Bates. So then one of them needs to reach 4 legs in this match, that's for certain. Who's going to do it, lads?
Well, we'll find out, Abby. It's a battle of the basement boys, fellow cellar dwellers, towing the Oki here at the Super Series. It's been a pointless outing so far for the pair of them. John Walton, well, it's a familiar feeling for him, having only won 2 matches across 3 days in Group A. And he is on an almighty losing streak of 8 on the spin, including yesterday. In fact, on Tuesday, the match that John Walton won was his the double check there, actually, Henry. I think it was quite early in the day. It was indeed. It was his 2nd match of the day, so he's lost his last 11 in total, which is a real worry for Walton. Alan Norris, well, the worry for him is that he has lost 3 matches that he could have won.
And sometimes that can grain on you more. When you know that you should have got the victories, should have got the W's, but you haven't. Well, if we're going to predict something in this game, I'm going to predict it's going to go 4-3. I'm not going to tell you where, but
I will stand against that firmly.
First leg
I remain
first.
firmly in the corner of Alan Norris, and everything that we've seen so far, despite the fact that he's lost all of his matches 4-3, tells me that he will win this one handsomely, because John Walton has been
100.
cut adrift.
he's not played badly, that's the thing, at all today. Okay, the first game against Layton was a bit of a struggle, but the doubles kind of played the average back down to 78. He then averaged 89.51 when he lost out to Robson, and then a similar average in the defeat to Barrie Bates. So
85.
the performances are there. There's absolutely no doubt. And I'm sure when we have a look at the daily averages table, he's probably going to be in the top 2 or 3, but the results have not corresponded. They will correspond if he can get more maxes like that, though.
Well, the concern for John Walton is now being high up on an unwanted role of dishonour, isn't it? He's lost his last 11 matches. He's, including
60.
this one, got a couple more to play today. Losing them both would take him to 13. If he was then to be beaten in every game tomorrow, he would be the man to lose the most matches in a
119
in the history of the Super Series. That honour currently held, honour, is that the right word? By
Certainly
Aaron
not.
Turner, 17.
Certainly not something that anyone wants, but he may
81.
have to do something special here, because Alan Norris has come out the tracks of an inspired first leg. 65 left after 9. 1 for tops.
45.
Drags underneath. He hasn't liked that split really today until he's got to double 5, which will pose some concern.
Alan Norris himself was once on a
100.
losing run of 11
And you
matches
require
last
20.
year. Gave the Oki a right old kicking before taking aim at this double 10. He's had trouble on that target, but little trouble on this target.
15.
Fails to find it this time, though. Well,
John, you require 75.
Alan Norris is finding a way not to win legs that he should win easily. Can Walton pick his pocket?
35. Alan, you require
Well, his
5.
reaction told you everything there. 1. Double 2. Well, is that dart in the way or
3.
not? Had enough of the bed to aim, I
John,
just
you
couldn't
require
find it.
40.
And so tots to Walton for the most unlikeliest of holds. Now, I think that may be awkward. It was awkward. Double 10, open bed to aim at,
30.
but missed.
Alan, you require
Norris
2.
back in the madhouse.
That's already 10 darts missed at double between them. Does not augur well for a classic here at the Super Series, but
Yeah, that's
maybe
game
we will
short
get
in the
some
first
darting
line.
drama. The leg,
Alan
fittingly,
Norris.
won in the madhouse by Alan Norris, who breaks throw in leg 1.
So
Second
Norris
targets
up
and the
and
throw
running.
first.
Well,
Game on.
I'm not going to put you out your misery any longer. You may remember a few games ago I posed you a quiz question, didn't I? The distance between Bristol and Newcastle during the game
57.
between Robson and Mason. Now,
Oh, yeah, I've been waiting with bated breath for that, Henry.
Now, I actually got to give credit to our spotter, Owen Binks, who in the production gallery has probably been the closest to it.
96.
He said 306 miles. The fastest route, including the congestion charge, is 294 miles, which is 5 hours, 3 minutes in the car.
96.
So Owen was wrong then, because you said within the nearest 10.
I said he was the closest to the mark. Never said he was right. I did have another guess on here, 276
55.
from Mark Marlowe.
Anyway, what was the point of this? I've forgotten.
I'm just bringing up what was relevant a few minutes ago.
39.
Our listeners and viewers just, you know, I couldn't leave them without answering the question. That's like Bradley Walsh on the chase saying, well, you know, this is the question, come back after the break, and a new contestant comes up and a new chase about finding out what the
64.
answer was.
Well, it's John Walton playing the chaser here. Norris starting on the 19s, I would imagine. And now the treble 20. 2 of them would leave a finish.
25.
Norris, and you mentioned it, all Walton didn't play terribly badly in the first few
41.
matches. But this one's been a shocker so far. Are they suffering from their position in the league table? Feeling hard done by?
Both know that this is a must-win game. That there's absolutely no doubt about that. And they would have seen what the others have put in, and
96.
suppose it can drag you down a little bit. But Alan Norris, as I say, we spoke about the averages earlier on in the last leg. Hasn't played bad at all. It's just been timing. Really, more than anything, and missed doubles that's been the issue. Really, this has kind of come a bit from nowhere. Although this is a bit more like it. A bit more like it.
23.
Well, that
John, you
1-3-3
require
was pretty well
112.
timed from John Walton to get himself on this combo finish. He's taken out 110 earlier today, but he's not going to take out 112 because he's broken the #1 rule of Flight Club. Don't miss the big number. And that allows Norris a chance at 65, although Walton will make him wait.
80. And you require 65.
25 for tops. Or will he go treble 15, double 10? Let's go. 15 route. Oh my. He's missed the big number. He was looking 10 for tops. And decides
45.
to stay on the 15s to
John, you
eventually get his way
require
to
32.
double 10. But he hasn't afforded himself a dart at double.
That's
He's
game short
given
in the
John
second
3 in
round.
hand.
John
He only
Walton.
needed the 1. And so we are level here at 1 apiece between Walton and Norris.
Third leg is John the throw first. Game on.
Both players are just finding a little bit hard going out there.
60.
Alan Norris just does not want to
100.
get embroiled, does he, in a real battle, and that's what's happening here. And he'll be thinking, oh no, not again. Walton wants to lose that losing feeling.
100.
You can sing the song at the end, Henry, can't you, if he does? You've lost that losing feeling. Now it's gone, gone, gone.
Don't tempt me.
97.
I was going to say, tonight will probably be the first time Tony O'Shea's seen with a microphone in my hand. I'm not singing some kind of tribute act.
Yeah, let's not go down that road.
100.
I don't know if the videos are on social media of Henry performing karaoke at the lakeside, but if they are, they should be taken down. Labelled as offensive.
81.
The ironic thing was that your song of choice was entitled Let Me Entertain You. Did the exact opposite.
That was not what you were saying
60.
at the time, or were you just being polite?
No, it was what I was saying at the time.
Other people enjoyed it, I don't care.
Yet to meet them, but sure I will one day.
85.
138 left by Chuck Norris to try and break again, having surrendered the break he got earlier on in the match.
57. Alan, you require 138.
Well, we've spoken about Keith Deller today. This is his famous finish, but he's going to go treble 16 first dart. So that leaves 90. So went across for treble 18.
84.
To leave the
John, you
double.
require 124.
He needs himself 54 in the end. Walton now 124 himself. Across for treble 18. Should have given him a dart at the ball. So Norris now 54 remaining for the break. 4-2-1 lead.
And you require 54.
Double top. Double 10 again.
Yeah, that's game
But
short.
this time he does find it, and Norris is back ahead in this real grueling battle of a game.
Forward lag, it's Alan to throw first.
Will
Game
it
on.
finally be victory for Alan Norris, or will Walton manage to use all that Yorkshire grit and turn this around?
40.
Just littered with errors, isn't it?
Just waiting for the blue touch paper to be lit. Well, this could do so.
139.
And let's wrestle the darts in John Walton's direction.
55.
Barrie Bates against Gary Robson coming up after this in the final fixtures. Alan Norris faces Chris Mason. That is a
92.
daunting task based on how Ace Mace has been today, and indeed all week. And then Walton will face current second spot Mark Layton. Maybe the surprise package of the day.
$32.
If Chris wins his last game, is he through on 10 points for you?
81.
No, not quite, because I think because Gary Robson and Barrie Bates play each other, one of those is going to be on 6. So there'll be a couple behind. They'll play him tomorrow as well.
60.
And of course, let's not forget what happened to Scott Walters, who won all of his matches on a Thursday morning and lost all of his games on a Friday. And he really wants somebody else to do that, so it's not any longer the point of reference. But he'd probably be a couple of wins away, maybe even one win away.
54. John, you require 94.
So 94 for Walton. Can still be done. 91 remaining. So treble 17. We'll give him a dart at tops for a level game.
74.
Drags underneath, but he's going to have the luxury of time, and Norris all the way back on 260.
Frustration spilling over here, and you can understand why, because it's twice that Alan Norris put himself in pole position
20.
and then just gifted the advantage back to John Walton in a game that is about to see 4 successive breaks of throw,
short
and
on the
does.
forward lag. John Walton.
It is a breakathlon here at the Super Series. Walton and Norris Locked
Fifth
at 2
flag is
apiece.
John the throw first. Game on.
Walton's got to hope that there's a hold somewhere along the line, because if they do go all against the darts, Alan Norris will claim his first win of the day.
85.
I'm going to reverse the question for you. If either of these players end the day on 0
85.
points, are they out?
For me, yes, because there's a lot of dodging and weaving you'd have to do as well as win matches. Remember, when you look at how congested the table is, it's not just the fact that you've got to win your games. You've got to hope that there's some kind of darting dodgems going on where they're all basically taking points off of each other. They're causing all sorts of carnage. They're off in the slip road, and you can manage to slip your way through eventually.
100.
Yeah, what they need is Chris Mason to just keep winning. They need him to win every single game. They take points off all the players above them, and then nobody gets more than another win, really, to their name, other than them and the league leader. All sorts of strange things have happened at the Super Series. Here comes Alan Norris again. Walton in the box seat, in leg 5, on throw, but Norris gets his nose in front. Should still be first to a finish as long as he stays straight here, John Walton. Oh dear. Walton wanders into the ones.
80.
Good recovery. Otherwise, he would have given Norris 6 from this juncture, and well, that's a disaster dart. Covers it well with dart 2.
71.
And then strays the other side with dart 3.
John Uruguay, 136.
So 136 for John Walton for the first holder throw in this match. But again, it's another stray on the other side of the bed from this pair.
52. Alan Uruguay, 105.
Plenty of choices here on 105. Still on. 96 remaining.
65. John
Well, it's a good
Uruguay,
setup.
84.
Bold. But I'm not sure it was confidence. More hope, really, rather than expectation. The bullseye.
42.
This
Alan Uruguay,
yet
40.
another leg won against throw.
Tops hasn't necessarily been a friend for Alan Norris so far today. And it isn't there. Double 10.
Yeah, that's game short.
This time, double 10 is a friend for Alan Norris, and it's yet another break of foe in this match. Well, Norris will hope there's only going to be one hold in this match, and it comes here in the 6th, because if that's the case, he will walk away with his first victory here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Just going back to that point we made about whether or not it's too big a bridge, a gap to bridge for Norris or Walton should they end the day on 0. It might even be too big if they end the day on 2 points, you know, because 4 players in this series have reached 12 points in Group C and not qualified. Tony Newell, Owen Ruloff, Davy Prouston, and Matthew Edgar, who was reminding me of it yesterday. He actually got to 14 and didn't make it through.
And you sense that this is going to be a high-scoring group. You sense it is now split into 2 sectors, a 4 and a 2.
98.
The winner could maybe put themselves back in the conversation, but they're going to have to do some work tomorrow. They know they're going to have to do some work tomorrow.
What we were saying at the start of this match was that what Alan Norris needs to do is avoid a last leg decider. Taking out 130 in the next 6 darts would do that. It would see Norris get some points on the board. No need to stay there. He does. And that is why Alan Norris finishes with a flourish. By far the best leg of the match. A dozen darter to see Norris pick up his first 2 points of the day and condemn John Walton to a 12th successive defeat here at the Super Series. All may be lost for Walton. All is not lost for Alan Norris. He will take on the league leader, Chris Mason, in the penultimate match of this session. But before that, Barrie Bates will have his last outing when he faces Gary Robson after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Alan Norris get his first victory in Group C. It was a 4-2 win over John Walton in that match, and I think the pressure the players felt to get the points from that one was highlighted in the performance levels from both players. Norris audibly frustrated with his lack of conviction and precision, maybe frustration also spilling over from the 3 games that preceded that one. A game littered with errors from both players, and I'm starting to wonder how much confidence the winner would be able to take from that one despite getting the points on the board. But that huge 130 checkout to complete a 12-dart leg from Alan Norris, followed by that huge roar, I think sums up exactly how much confidence and inspiration he's going to take from that victory. We can see what that does to the league table then. As Murph just mentioned, that is John Walton's 12th successive defeat in the Super Series. He remains the only player on 0 points at the moment, and it's Alan Norris who moves on to 2. Next up, we've got Bates against Robson. One of them will move level with Mark Layton in the table. Bates with a crucial 101 outshot to take his match against Norris to a deciding leg. It was a crucial checkout from him, with Alan Norris sat on 70 in that one. Of course, he went on then to win the decider with a superb 88 out in that one. As for Robson, he won his first 2 of the day, lost his next 2, and I think it's fair to say we've seen a bit of everything from these 2 players so far today. What are we going to see in this one, lads?
Well, to be honest, Abby, I've got absolutely no idea. I think it is been a week of expecting the unexpected. The only consistent factor has been Chris Mason, and he continues to be that. And this pair are probably the 2 most erratic players in the group, and ones in which anything is possible. We saw it in the match between Tony O'Shea and Gary Robson yesterday, which had a similar feeling. Ended up being the game of the day, with both players averaging north of 97. And if the Geordie ace Gary Robson can produce a level like that, then we're in for something special. But we
First lag is
could
Barrie to throw
also
first. Game on.
be in for something rather turgid if neither player manages to get going.
119.
Well, this has been Gary Robson's most consistent day, I'd say, so far here at the Super Series in week 12. I say that and he hit single 5, single 1, treble 5. Thank you, Gary.
Well, the other thing is you say it ahead of his last match, and one of the things that has been notable for Gary Robson earlier in the week is that he's generally declined as the day has gone on. So while he might have played at a similar standard in his first few matches, as the day's gone on, he started to fall down. That didn't really apply in defeat to
125.
Chris Mason in his last match. It was a good performance from him, just a better one from Chris Mason.
Which has kind of been the tail of the tape this week involving Chris Mason. But as you say, since this is a big one in terms of the league table, which Abby showed us during the little advert break that we
59.
had. One of these players will get on to 6 points, end their day 3 and 2, which we said at the top of the show we felt
140.
might be close to the minimum requirement following these set of fixtures.
Well, it's Barrie Bates who makes a storming start.
95. Barrie requires 42.
Three-figure visits in this leg to leave him on 42 after a dozen.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Champagne
Barrie
stuff.
Bates.
Well, I thought we'd see good and bad in this game, but what we've seen
Second
is
leg,
good from
it's
one
Gary
player,
to throw
bad from the other
first.
one in that first
Game
leg.
on.
How can you be right twice?
Somehow manage it.
58.
Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. Barrie Bates got a lot right
60.
in that leg.
You got
See,
that wrong.
I was wrong there. Even when I'm long, I'm light. Giving myself a tongue twister at the end of the day. It's been a long day, and do you know what, Henry?
39.
You've got to do it all again this evening.
I'm looking forward to it.
10 p.m, the place to be, Sporty Stuff TV.
I thought you'd ask.
98.
Assuming that dart at the 18s wasn't intentional from Barrie Bates there. So
140.
now starting to see some bad from Barrie and some good from Gary.
And if we can meet in the middle, be as
60.
happy as Larry.
This is very, very good from Gary.
121.
Well, doesn't need to react with so much anguish there. Gary Robson.
76. Gary, you require 143.
Does leave himself a finish.
55. 60. Gary, you require 88.
So 88. Going the treble 16 route. Finds it for tops.
Yeah, that's game shot.
Nice
in the
clean
second
kill
leg.
from Gary Robson.
Gary Robson.
That's better from Gary.
Third leg is Barrie to throw first. Game on. 43.
Would you say that this is the biggest game of the day so far?
125.
No. I think it's a big game for this pair of
58.
players. I think probably Bates's win against Alan Norris in the middle of the day might prove to be a pivotal result. I think the next game is huge, by the way, because
60.
Norris with defeat is as good as out. Mason with victory is as good as through. No, I said as good as and not definitely.
85.
John Walton is in trouble already with a maximum of 2 points possible for him today. And I can tell you as well, we had a chat about players that didn't make it through on 12 points.
140.
Can tell you that nobody in this series has got through Group C with 10.
68.
Which shows the competitiveness of this series.
Yeah, so if John Walton doesn't beat Mark Layton in the last match, you would
45.
have to say his hopes are over.
It's interesting because Josh Richardson won a Group C, didn't he, with 20 points in this phase. So
125. Gary, you require 131.
Bit of good fortune there for Barrie Bates. Had he not found the treble, he would have been on a bogey. And he's actually on one of those double chance finishes, isn't he? The
79.
treble 18 can be thrown out twice. If one of the darts goes in, then it's a dart for the bullseye.
54. Gary, you require 52.
So 52 for Gary Robson then for a breaker throw. Topsy wants.
Yeah, that's
Topsy
the
gets.
third leg.
And
Gary
there was
Robson.
real courage and conviction about that outshot there from Robbo. The man from the northeast.
Forward leg.
And the most northern part of the board.
Game on.
Makes no mistake.
$77. 60.
And just to recap, if Robson wins this game, he will be level on points with Mark Layton in second spot. 2 players go through from this group. Same applies to Barrie Bates. Alan Norris must win his last game against the league leader Chris Mason, unbeaten today. If he is to put himself in realistic contention, a man who I certainly favoured to top the group at the start of the day. I know that the odds compilers were in relative agreement. But Chris Mason just keeps getting stronger and stronger and shorter in terms of actually picking up first prize on finals night. It might be 2 weeks stay on the stage for Mace. We'll see him next against
84.
Norris, and then Mark Layton looking to cement his position in P2 with a victory over the winless Walton in the last match of the session.
140.
Robson here with the last leg and a half has made a bit of a charge. Now 140 leaves on 144 after 12. Bates is back on 264, but not far back for long.
144.
And so 144 to put him 3-1 up to consolidate the break of the last leg. He's going to stay there. Would have left in double 12. So Bates back on 124. He's going to get a poke, but he's going to have to take it.
124.
14 segment. And the ball.
88. Gary, you require 22.
And so double 11 for Robson for a 3-1 lead. Goes inside. One dart at double 4.
18.
But that goes inside also. So
Gary,
Bates
you
returns
require
for
36.
double 18 for the break back.
Yeah, that's game short.
And it is the break back for Barrie Bates. You can just see a little pump of the fist there in the air.
Fifth flag is
he knows that there's
first.
an importance
Game
on
on.
this game. You're sitting much, much prettier, aren't you, on 6 points going into the final day of the Group C. A reminder that
140.
we have got a double session today. We're back at 10 PM on Sporty Stuff TV in a really good-looking group, featuring the likes of our very own
140.
Super Series commentator, looking to follow in the footsteps of Chris Mason. Paul Nicholson makes his debut at the Super Series this evening. Also in action, Richie Howson, who's pulled up a few trees on the seniors tour this year, having barely been a household name in his own household when he was playing on the professional circuit. Tony O'Shea needs no introduction. Wes Newton, good friend of Barrie Bates as well.
43.
Fantastic group, along with Andy Jenkins, who many are making the favourite to top that group.
Interestingly, I was having a look at the head-to-heads in Group B, and there's one particular head-to-head that actually spreads over 2 pages.
We'll
talk more about that this evening because our focus here is on this matchup, which could be pivotal for both players' groups.
Must be Nicholson Newton, right?
One of them, yeah.
91. Barrie, you require 160.
Well, 160 here. Wrong side of the wire, so Robson will come back, trying to break Barrie back.
90. Gary, you require 58. Yeah, that's game short in the 5th.
And so Gary Robson is 1 away from what could be a crucial victory for him in the context of
throw first. Game on.
Group C. Has the darts here in the 6th to seal it.
Paul Nicholson, actually, who is in action tonight. I mentioned it's his debut at the Super Series. He did play when we first set up from home the Modus Icons of Darts series and played Andy Jenkins 15 times in that. So if you include those, their head-to-head will be massive as well. But know that Jenkins, Newton, Nicholson were all on the PDC tour at the same time, weren't they? Richie Howson had a brief spell on it, and Tony O'Shea wasn't on it at all.
125.
I suppose there's only you and me left in terms of commentators to make debuts, isn't it?
$77.
Yeah, well, I won't be making mine anytime ever.
60.
Although I was once on a 9 darter. And I threw the second dart.
140.
Well, after 12 darts, Gary Robson finds himself on 129, potentially 3 away from the match.
54. Gary, you require 129.
For what would be a crucial 2 points, it would put him on to 6 in a 3-2 day.
89.
And so tops after 15 will do it nicely. Goes for the ball.
Gary, you require
Finds himself on
40.
57. And so Tots or Robson to seal the deal. Double 10.
20.
3
Barrie,
match
you
darts
require
come and go.
57.
And so Bates returns for 57 to take us the distance. Tops he wants. 10s.
Yeah, that's
And
game
we will
short in
go
the 6th
all the
line.
way.
Barrie Bates.
Gary Robson has missed 3 darts to win this match to end his day on 6 points to join Mark Layton
Final leg. It's Barrie
in
to throw
joint
first.
second place.
Game on.
But it will be a 1-leg shootout to decide. It will end the day 3-2.
60.
And Abby asked me at the start of this match, about 2 hours ago, what I expected from it, who I expected to win it, and I still have no idea, Henry, do you?
46.
It's changed hands so many times.
100.
You feel like this is the type of game that in the last leg, tons may do.
140.
That 140 is like gold dust for Gary. It forces the issue of Barrie Bates.
100.
Replies of a ton in kind.
93.
As I say, it's just pretty much a treble to visit. So they're averaging out. Size to stay
60.
there. There is perhaps a rallying cry to switch following that first start.
81.
And so it is Robson first to finish on 141.
It's still very much in the balance, so Bates hoping to be sub
60.
100, but won't be.
Gary, you require
And now you would have to
141.
say it's advantage Gary Robson, even if this doesn't go. But it might go. It won't go.
124.
But it's the wrong bed.
Barrie, you require
Hence
121.
the Robson reaction. Now Barrie Bates trying to spring into action. Treble 17.
79. Gary, you require 17.
And so 17 points away from a 4-3 win. Okay, the 5-6-6 route.
11.
And it goes inside. And that is more mismatched darts. I make
Barrie,
that
you
5
require
now for Gary
42.
Robson. And so Barrie Bates returns for victory to put him on to 6 points. 2 darts at double 16, 1 left at double 8.
34.
And now he's
Gary, you
mismatched
require
darts.
6.
Yeah, it's one of those games where they might as well have just tossed a coin at the start of it. Is it going to come up heads? For Gary
Game,
Robson, it
shots,
is.
And a match.
And he
Gary
gets
Robson.
ahead of Barrie Bates in the Group C table. Moves into 3rd place after winning a scrappy affair, 4-3, breaking the throw in a last leg decider, which saw both players have the opportunity to take the points. But they went Robson's way. He ends the day on 6 with 3 wins from 5. Barrie Bates has 4 points with 2 wins. Chris Mason could have 5 wins if he beats Alan Norris in the match coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Gary Robson has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Barrie Bates. It looked like early on Gary Robson was going to run away with that one. He certainly started the better, and despite Batesy trying to cling on to his coattails, it looked like Robbo was going to coast to victory. Earlier in this week, we'd been talking about Gary Robson and how he had a tendency to dip off at the back end of days. Well, he missed 5 match starts in that one. Bates had his chances, but couldn't take out 42, and Robson doing enough to hold his nerve and get over the line in that one. An average just shy of 85 in that match for him. No 180s in the match. 4 out of 12 on the outer ring, with that 88 in there as well for Gary Robson. We can see what that does to the league standings with just 2 games remaining on this opening day of action in Group C. It is, of course, Chris Mason who's up next against Alan Norris, who's leading the way, and it looks like he could add another 2 points and take himself onto 10 points and put himself in a very commanding position going into the second day of action. Well, Alan Norris, he got his first victory of the day in his last match, didn't he? Taking out a whopping 130 checkout to get over the line in that match. We do have footage of that to show you now, him getting that 130 and the big celebration at the end of it. That certainly meant a lot, given his finishing prior to that in that match. As for Chris Mason, well, again, he has been the standout performer in this, and he's looking to complete the Lou Reed today, the perfect day. He could make it 5 out of 5 in Group C. So let's get into this one then and see whether Mace can do just that in the company of Murph. I was going to call you Matt. Murph and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Chris Mason, yeah, can make it a clean sweep today. And do you know what? If Abby had asked me what I think will happen in this game, then I would tell her that I think Chris Mason will win the match, because by not giving an answer in the previous one, I was proved right, because anything could have happened in that game. But in this one, I just sense that Alan Norris in that last match, despite victory, you could see he was visibly frustrated, and that hadn't happened in the previous games. Bizarre, because he lost them and won that one. Chris Mason has just...
First leg, it's Alan the throw first.
Exuding an air of confidence now, and he's kind of become, dare I say it, he's become the Phil Taylor of the Super Series in Group C.
100.
He's the one in that practice room that has an air of invincibility. And I don't think anybody will beat him today.
100.
Interesting comment you make on Alan Norris, and I concur with you on it. He would have been happy with the performances in the defeats because he played well. It was actually his poorest game in terms of stats. That was the one in which he did end up winning. And so that's probably where the frustration's coming, because he's played well in the other 3 matches, or by and large in the other 3 matches, and not come up with anything. That's just the way that the darting tide can go sometimes.
Well, just looking at the league table, John Walton would have to win
78
against Mark Layton in the last match to have any chance. You'd think that Alan Norris would have to win this match to have a realistic chance. It would actually be possible for a player to get through on 10 points in this group, but it would mean that every player would have to be on 10
41.
points.
Yeah, we'd have some fun tomorrow sorting that out.
Good look at the bullseye here.
98.
He had 145 left. He could have left a slightly more favourable outshot. And these are the things that can make a difference, because Mason is going to be on a finish himself as long as he stays straight.
100.
It would have been ironic had he left the 120 that Alan
125.
Norris declined. Oh, this is great stuff. That's not.
90. Chris, you require 160.
That would have been some steal for Mason if he could have taken out the 160. And because Norris is strayed into the
43.
single 5 with his last start, it means he's only going to get 2 at a double. That double is double 10. Now up for double 5. It's been his
30.
friend up until
Chris
then. Now it's a foe.
117.
And Mason returns for a very makeable 117.
Treble 19.
93. Alan, you require
It's a good leave,
5.
and 5 is a good shot to pressure, isn't it? The 1 gets difficult. That's a great dart, though. Not if he goes
that's game short in
inside.
the
He doesn't.
first
He
line.
goes in.
Alan Norris.
And Norris takes care of his throw in the first leg.
And that is a
Second
big
leg,
dart
it's
for Norris,
Clarissa's
because
throw
if he missed
first,
that, and as you say,
game on.
got the double 1 and subsequently missed, Mason back on 24. If he stirs that leg against the darts, it's that sinking feeling again
85.
for Norris, which he's felt for most of the day. Playing well, but not getting the outcomes he perhaps should have had.
You can see again the frustration. of
11.
The darts being disobedient, not going where he wants them to. And Chris Mason has definitely got the best heat map today. He's put something right as well.
51.
I was just about to make a point. Maybe I should not do it. But I was going to say that he was missing a lot of big numbers earlier in the week, Chris Mason. And he was aware of that.
140.
And I haven't seen it an awful lot from him today. Apart from the exact point that I decided to bring that up.
Do you know what he didn't do there, Murph?
What?
Didn't miss a big number.
Well, yeah, that was just to prove my point. Norris has struggled in that department, and we see it again. Good recovery.
86.
Mason should really be starting downstairs.
He's going to have to go 25 and ball
82.
here.
I mean, that was the intention. There were other options available for Mace, having started on treble 20.
85.
But neither player's on a finish after a dozen darts. Sometimes that makes the decision for you as well, that there are different routes to go. It's not always miscounting. Sometimes you look at their score and think,
45.
well, they're not playing well, they're not near enough. I'll just keep throwing at the treble.
43. Chris, you require 138.
So 138 here to level us up. Course for treble 18. Would have left him a dart at double 12, but we'll head back up top
98. Alan, you
to
require
leave tops.
136.
if this 136 for Norris doesn't go.
Treble 20 will be the first port of call. And he isn't going to be leaving himself a shot at double at the end of the combo.
58.
Or indeed,
Chris, you require 40.
if he comes back. Which he could. Which he might.
Yeah, that's game
Which he
short in the
won't,
second
because
leg.
Mason has found
Chris
that double
Mason.
5 that has been so kind to Norris at times today. It's a show of respect from Chuck
Third
there.
leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
One match to come after this,
55.
Layton against Walton. Our little list that we made at the start of the day, Henry. I
85.
had Layton at the bottom of the table. That is a big error on my part. You had him as fourth.
85.
Both of us had John Walton in the bottom two. That's been the closest we've been. Of course, both of us had Chris Mason in the top two. But we both had Norris in the top two as well.
57.
What do we know?
Well, not a lot, but if everything went the way that players and
140.
pundits and bookmakers thought, then they wouldn't need to play the games, would they? That's the beauty of live sport. Anything can happen, any outcome
100.
is possible.
It's only live once. I feel like we're at a crucial passage of play here because until that last
69.
140 for Norris, it just felt like there's been a bit of a stalemate in this one. Now, sure, he's got to go downstairs here.
99.
Does go downstairs.
Alan, you require 152.
So 152 for Norris. Another one of them. Would have left double 16. So Mace is back for 160.
87. Chris, you require 160.
This would be a real highlight. Not to be. Norris will come back. 65. Not a certainty. Mason will apply pressure here.
Alan, you require 65.
Yeah, goes the 15 route once more. 10. Leaves him on tops.
45. Chris, you require 60.
So all about the top of the board. Tops.
Yeah, that's game
For the man at the top of the
Chris
group.
Mason.
To get on top against Alan Chuck Norris. Leads 2-1.
Forward lag, it's Chris to throw
Crucially
first.
as well, that's a
Game
break
on.
of throw. And Mason's march towards a perfect Thursday here at the Super Series
45.
is 2 legs away from completion.
$40.
Yeah, and he may well then be only 1 or 2 wins away. Alan Norris slow to get out of the way. Clearly bothered, Chris, hasn't it?
180.
Gave him extra time to focus on the treble bed.
Yeah, might hope for Norris to lose another flight here.
99.
Well, this is an excellent
140.
spurt at a pivotal point in this match. 180 followed by 140. We said in the middle of the last leg that there was a bit of a stalemate in play. Well, Chris Mason has upped his level here
57.
at a
Chris, you
crucial
require
time. And so
136.
now after 9 darts, leads 136 to consolidate the break he accrued in the last leg with a hold in this one. Double 8 for 136.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
game short in the forward lag.
superb.
Chris
That is
Mason.
8 for Mace, and Alan Norris applauds in appreciation, and he is 1 leg away from the perfect
Fifth leg is
Thursday
on the throw
here at the
first.
Super Series.
Yeah, absolutely clinical stuff from Chris Mason. A dozen darter. Ended with 180, 140, 136.
120.
Started that leg with a 45, Henry. Everything's going wrong for Alan Norris now. And it looks like it is going to be that perfect day for Chris Mason. It'll be interesting to get his thoughts.
60.
We'll try and catch a word with him when we come back from the break after this match.
I'm surprised that he hasn't accidentally come into the commentary box one morning this week.
He might intentionally come in
41.
after this performance today. In fact, I might ask him if he fancies doing the last match. I'll go and get some lunch. He's playing like a man who's made a lunch reservation of his own.
140.
Nice to know you enjoy my company, Chris.
I'd tell you if I was.
58.
Well, we'll be part of the Super Series Coffee Club later on this evening, ahead of our evening session, which begins 10 p.m. sharp here on Sporty Stuff TV. It is the
59.
beginning of Group B. You do not want to miss it. And of course, we will see 5 players progress over the next 2 days from these 2 groups to Saturday night's finals. You can be a part of the action.
132.
www.dartshot.tv for your free tickets for Saturday night's final.
This is the point of the day where I think
30.
if Alan
And
Norris
you
was feeling a
require
little bit more
150.
confident, he might go for bullseyes. Oh, he's going for bullseyes anyway.
70.
Who doesn't love a bit of bully?
I think that, you know, I said usually it would show a sign of confidence. I think that actually shows a resignation to defeat from Alan Norris. Chris Mason fills it up and leaves himself the potential match-winning double, but he won't get a go at it because Norris, well, he tried to get 3 bulls. He ended up getting 2 tops to stay in it at 3-2.
6 targets, Chris to throw first.
That could well be the most bizarre 8 darts you may see in a darts match. Alan Norris going for 3 bullseyes. Mace follows up Max. Norris gets 2 tops. And now Mace follows up Max. Incredible stuff.
Back-to-back 180s from Chris Mason.
100.
Can he make it a hat-trick? Well, not quite. But opening with a 180 on throw when throwing for the match
60.
to seal a 5th win from 5 games in a day. Well, that is fantastic from Chris Mason, who's looking to close it out. And you'd have to say deserve it.
And look at where the average is at again, Murph. 90.
100.
Yeah, it's Chris 91 Mason, isn't it? That's where he was across the first couple of days. It dipped a little bit yesterday. It's such a consistent
60.
level he's producing. We haven't seen the fireworks of the 103.66 that he got yesterday, but, you know, somewhere between 89 and 91 is where he's pitched his tent this week.
55.
He's 201 points away from a fantastic Thursday here at the Super Series.
57.
Has Norris got any more tricks up his sleeve?
84. Chris, you require 144.
That last dart means he's not on a finish, and it allows Chris Mason some breathing space.
That's a huge last dart, because that could have just let Alan in a touch. So 64 to complete a 4-2 victory and the perfect day.
$42.
Treble
Chris,
16.
64.
Or treble 8. And now 16. And now tops for the man at the top of the table.
44. And you require 120.
Oh, Alan Norris is getting ready, getting going. Getting throwing. The Shanghai shot to stay in it. Oh, he might go bull-bull here. That is tricky. Well, the fact that he stepped across means he's staying there.
$80.
And so
Chris,
double 10
20.
for Chris Mason. Double 5.
Game,
10 points
shot,
away
and
for
a match.
10 points for the day. And Chris Mason seals 5 wins from 5 on the opening day of Group C here at the Super Series in Week 12. He is on 10 points. He is on the cusp of qualification for tomorrow night's finals here at the Live Lounge. He beat Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2. He's beaten all in front of him on Thursday here at the Super Series. He is the man at the top of the pile at the halfway stage in the competition. Just one more game then to go on the first part of our Tuxton Thursday. It's Mark Layton against John Walton after this short break.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. I'm joined by the man who has achieved perfection on the opening day of action in Group C. Mace, talk us through, first of all, coming in today, having had to come through Group A into Group C, how were you feeling?
Yeah, I almost felt like I should have been in the top 3, but that's just the nature of this format, and you just have to suck it up and come back and go again.
And given everything you've said, obviously that 10-dart leg yesterday, the 103.66 average that you had, did that ease the pressure on you coming in today, or did it make it even worse for you?
Yeah, no, it adds pressure. When you play well, it adds pressure because you got that whole thing of, oh, was it a one-off, or did he get lucky or whatever else? And yeah, this is tough. I don't know how they do it. I am literally on fumes. I'm done. I'm literally out on my feet. Although we commentate on it, we work in it, and we try and sympathise with the players, I am literally just toast.
You say that, you have won 5 out of 5 today, though, but we've talked about it a lot today. The most impressive aspect for you, earlier on in the week, you weren't coming through those tight games. Today, that's what you've done. How have you changed things in order to do that?
Yeah, well, I realised that I was not getting off to a good enough start. I was here at 7 o'clock this morning. So I sort of thought to myself, why am I not getting out the blocks? I got here at 7 o'clock this morning, started practicing at literally 7:10 to make sure I was ready to go on the beer bang. And it wasn't the prettiest game in the world, but I had a little bit more in. I felt like there was more there, and that's all I've drawn on all day.
And Chris Murphy said as well in commentary that there may be that fear factor with you because you have been the standout player all week. Everyone's been talking about you. It is, isn't it? It's
they don't
lovely.
usually say that about me.
But they've been talking about you all week, so other players in that practice room know that you're the player to beat this week.
Yeah, but that also comes with its own pressure. You know, it's like you've got a target, and I mean, it's been brilliant, but horrendous in the same breath.
And we are being really nice to you today because the last time you came up here to chat to us, we showed you the bust 130. This time we're actually going to show you an outshot that you took out.
Oh, right.
We're going to show you the 136.
One of the ones from today.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, that was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know where the 88 was going. But in the practice room, I reckon I've hit... no lies, I reckon I've hit 50 180s in the practice room today. And then I've stood there and just not felt comfortable at all. But the treble 20s have been flying in. And there was a couple of times they quietly, I thought, I'll smash that 103. But that's what this game does to you. As soon as you go, oh, I've got it, it comes back and bites you on the bum.
And we're not going to put your commentator's hat on too much in this interview. I don't think it would be safe to. But you know how this works. You've got another day to come. How close do you feel you are to qualifying for finals night?
I didn't play. Ironically, I played way better than I did today over the first 3 days and got almost nothing from it. And today I've just sort of struggled and scrapped. But I've had a different mindset today. I woke up with a little bit of a mood this morning, and when I could have just sort of gone, oh, it's just not meant to be, I've dug in, and I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Well, he certainly dug in today. That showed in his performances. We've got one more match coming up for you in this session today. So let's get into it then and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, Chris Mason, I think, being a little bit hard on himself because he is 5 points better off in the averages than his next nearest rival in this group. So he's, for me, Henry, more than good value to be where he is, having won all the matches that he has today.
But does that say where he thinks his game is at the minute? That he's averaging what he's averaging, he's playing how he's playing, but he still thinks that there's more gears to his game?
Possibly, yeah, possibly. And I think that one of the things he said that was interesting that is he felt he should have been in the top 3 and maybe playing tonight. The fact that he woke up in a mood this morning might be down to the fact that he had to be here this morning. And he's gone the right way about putting it right. He'll have a well-earned lie-in on Saturday, and I think that he will have somewhere to be on Saturday evening, and it won't be in this room. It'll be out on that stage.
It's marked the throw first.
In fairness, the incentive to not sit next to me is probably quite a lucrative one, but we'll have to remind Mace that he doesn't have to be here tonight.
Yeah, I might have to get my darts out and start practicing from 7 in the morning, if that's a reward, Henry. But what of this one?
81.
For John Walton, it's going from bad to worse, isn't it, this week? a win each day on Monday and Tuesday, nothing on Wednesday, and now it might be the same on Thursday.
95.
A run of 13 consecutive defeats that would leave him in the running to post the worst losing run ever at the Super Series.
And I can imagine it's hard to
99.
not go through the motions at this present moment in time. You know, everything that's going on, and the thing is that there's been little moments where there's been sparks today, but they've just been little flickers.
84.
Yeah, Mark Layton, though, has been more than competitive throughout the day's action. It started with a 4-3. A victory against Alan Norris that really set the tone for Chuck's day.
99.
If he's been the surprise at the bottom of the table, Layton has been the surprise towards the top. The Welsh ace, 64 years of age, and could
85.
put himself on 8 points and really take the initiative into tomorrow. You get the sense that a fair few people in that practice room would quite like John Walton to pull off a victory in this one. We even spoke about Alan Norris. If
92.
Layton gets to 8 points, that's difficult then, isn't it, for Norris? If he stays on 6, all to play for.
Very, very doable, very, very makeable. But then also, John Walton, I know with a bigger gap in the legs
99.
difference bracket,
Mark
but he would
Uruguay,
also be on 2.
130.
Yeah, minus 12, John Walton before this match, in comparison to just minus 3 for Alan Norris, just ahead of him.
44. John Uruguay, 138.
We said there's been patches of brilliance, and we're going to see another spark here from John Boy.
You'd think it'd be treble 18. That's a massive miss, isn't it, really?
Mark Uruguay, 86.
Show him where it is, Mark.
It's not there. Treble 15 for tots for Layton.
What I did find interesting from Chris Mason, we'll come on to it in a moment. But the reason I'm bringing it up now is because
John
those look like
Uruguay,
tired darts from the
40.
pair of them. And he mentioned how tough it is physically. Feeling fatigued, makes the ace, despite being one of the players that really does like to keep fit.
First leg. John Walton.
Well, John Walton fits that under the wire and breaks through in the first leg. And there'll be a few interested parties watching on thinking, go on, John
Second
boy.
leg is John the throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we don't appreciate that, do we? You know, we work the same shift patterns as Chris Mason does, and you know it can be tiring sometimes to not get the max amount of sleep,
97.
particularly that Thursday night that we do and back on Friday morning. But for the players to be having to compete, to be having to perform 5 days on the spin, getting up at whatever time in the morning they need to do to go through their
55.
no doubt rigorous preparation routines, then it can be very taxing.
Exactly that. But the thing with this group
26.
is even though not everyone may have played here before or not played here often, they're all experienced enough players to have dealt with long days, to have played in open competitions that start early, are short formats, and you have
83.
to get everything right for the duration of a day and expect to be right for the duration of a day. That's the one distinct advantage that perhaps this group has.
58.
Just one final reminder that we will see Group B kick off this evening. The action getting underway from 10 PM live on Sporty Stuff TV. Andy Jenkins, Paul Nicholson,
43.
Richie House, and Tony O'Shea and Wes Newton, your 5 stars in the field. Henry and I will be guiding you through the action. And then another double dose of darts tomorrow before finals night on Saturday, where you could be here in those seats you see behind the players, live at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If you can get here on Saturday night, head to dartshop.tv to book yourself free tickets, and you'll also get a drink on the house.
82.
How about that?
We're not paying for them, are we?
No. Well, not directly. It's coming out of your wage, I believe, but...
85.
Do come and join us. We had a good crowd in last Saturday. Be a part of Pompey's Darty Party. Walton will be hoping to join the party in Group C. However, here comes Mark Layton. When Walton thought that maybe at some point he might get a gap and a cushion in this group. Layton puts himself back on 98, so potentially this 112 might have to go. But they look like two tired darts there, didn't they, Murph?
Yeah, and also it's
Mark, you require 98.
a common theme that these old school players don't seem to have the advanced counting, and he could have gone for a treble 18 if he felt the treble 20 was blocked there. Left himself on double 19. Will return. 74.
John, you require 74.
You can imagine treble 14. Had one dart at double in the first leg and hit it. Gets 2 in the second leg.
58.
But fails to hit.
Mark, you require 60.
Allowing Layton a chance to break back.
You've got to say, he's not really been in this game so far.
Yeah, that's game short.
He's more than in it now.
Mark Layton.
Levels us up at 1 apiece. After John Boy missed those
third leg is
2 darts at double.
Game on.
Well, the other thing you have to consider, it's a point that Paul Nicholson was making last week, is that the fixtures are played in reverse order on a Friday compared to the Thursday action. So this will be the first game tomorrow. Now,
85.
if Mark Layton wins it as he's expected to and then goes and beats John Walton again tomorrow, he's on 10 points, the top of the table, tied with Chris Mason before any of those other players in the running have thrown a dart.
55.
Could really set his stall out.
I'm going to throw a scenario on here, Murph. Likewise, John Walton could win both of those fixtures and he'd be on 4 points, and before anybody else has thrown a dart, he'd be 2 behind the top 2.
Remarkable, isn't it, how quickly things can change around. The only person you feel comfortable, or who should feel comfortable in themselves, is Chris Mason. And even having said that, he
76.
said he doesn't know what to expect tomorrow because he's been sat in this chair. He saw what happened to Scott Walters. If you don't know, the Scott Walters story, won all 5 matches on Thursday in Group C, topped the table, finished 5th in the group by losing all 5 the next day.
If that's not an example of darts is on the day, I don't know what is.
I actually felt partly responsible because I said to him in an interview afterwards, "Oh, you don't have to turn up tomorrow, Scott." Walton
40.
in position here to break again. 2:30 after 9 darts. Layton 3 darts ahead, but 5 points behind.
$26.
Well, he hasn't taken advantage, has he?
And suddenly, from nowhere, Layton could see himself on the cusp of a 2-1 lead. He will with another dart like that.
100.
Ton might do in this scenario.
Yeah, there was an argument to go for the ball with the last dart. 25 instead of 20 would have left him a slightly more favourable finish. The 130, but
60.
Walton isn't hitting hard.
Mark, you require 135.
But bullseye to start. Oh, what a dart that is. Treble 15 or treble 19. Double top for a blockbuster.
95. John, you require 144.
Could be a blockbuster in return for John Boy Walton. This is for a break. And from the edge of a 2-0 lead, it's just gone south a bit here for Walton.
$87. Mark, you require 40.
You can see him just gesticulating in the background there. The dart's not doing what he wants them to. Will Mark Layton make him pay?
20.
Not yet.
John, you
A
require
real
57.
subdued end to the day. You wouldn't think that Mark Layton was in a position to be knocking on the door of top spot, would you?
Some tired darts.
17.
Hey, here's one for you.
Mark, you
We're doing
require
jokes. So what do you do with
20.
tired darts? Put them in the bed. Off the cuff. I'm here all week, by the way.
No score.
Not sure either
John,
of
you
this pair will
require
be if they carry
40.
on playing like this.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. John Walton.
Well, I think the face of both players is all of us right now. Just a sigh of relief that that leg is over.
Forward leg is John the throw first. Game
Let's just
on.
say John Walton won the third leg. He throws first in the fourth, and we persevere.
And we made the points, didn't we,
60.
about tired darts. That is an example there. All three of them low. Below the treble 20. It's a heavy arm. It's fatigue. Might be a bit of that shoulder. The problem that he's been suffering with, the pain barrier that
45.
Walton has been playing through. But he will not care one bit what his average is, how many darts he misses at double, if he gets a win that ends this almighty slide.
55.
It is 12 defeats in a row for John Boy Walton here at the Super Series. It would be 2 days in a row where he's lost every match if Layton got the better of him here. All he is thinking
70.
about is winning by hook or by crook. And maybe what to have for lunch.
$83.
Hey, what is your exquisite lunch today that I'm not invited to?
No, same as yours, Henry. A pre-packaged
100.
egg and cress sandwich.
We just bought the same sandwich.
Absolutely.
I don't know why I was so excited about it, but
98.
Well, John Walton having a good think about the best way to leave a finish there. Not always something he does, but I think he's got a little bit of
96.
motivation now from the position that he's in and from the level that Mark Layton is playing at, which I have to say is a level I expected to see more from him today. He's been really good up to this point. Suddenly,
40.
it's come crashing down.
I tell you what, just look at the way he released those 3 darts. Don't look at where it went in the board, but actually look at the darts, the way they were thrown. That's probably the first time I've seen today John Walton throw some darts with a bit of confidence.
59.
And he seems to have slowed himself down a bit again, John Walton. We saw this a couple of days ago when he
55.
started throwing
Mark,
a bit
you
more
require
slowly.
131.
That's when he seemed to produce his better stuff. I'm not saying this is his best stuff by any stretch of the imagination, but it might be winning darts for John Walton, who's already taken out 110 today. If he can repeat the feat,
91.
he's one away.
John, you require 110.
For my first victory in the group. Much needed win to end the Barron run. It's still on. 107 left, so treble 19 would have left him a dart at the ball. So Layton returns for tops for 2-2.
70.
Now Walton,
Mark, you require
he's on the same
40.
target.
Does he get it?
That's game short in the
Of course he
fourth
gets
leg.
it.
Mark Layton.
Mark Layton levels the match at 2-2, and it could be the case that
Fifth
what
leg
is
is Mark the throw
undoubtedly
first. Game on.
the poorest match of the day proves to be a pivotal one, particularly if Mark Layton can get a victory. Norris, Bates, Robson.
85.
All three of them would like a Walton win. To be honest, Chris Mason as well, because it keeps everybody 4 points behind him. Only Mark Layton
84.
wants a Mark Layton win.
Basically, John Walton's the home team here, and everyone's cheering me on, and there's only one away spectator, and that's Mark Layton.
60.
But he does have the darts, Mark Layton. And he does have more winning experience recently to draw on.
100.
Seems a long time since Tuesday morning, doesn't it? John Walton, when he got his last victory.
$100.
Crazy to think as well that he got that win against Tony O'Shea, who's going to be in Group
90.
B tonight.
Looking forward to that. That's the action from 10 o'clock this evening here on Spotty Stuff TV.
$134.
That's a nice first dart for John, the way the darts lie.
Just think he rushed the second one a bit there, talking about how he'd slowed himself down. The first one went in, he was almost impatient to follow it.
Mark, you
When he
require
stopped himself, he did follow it.
122.
He will be coming back for the 102.
How should it go on the 118?
82.
That way.
John, you require 102.
Might be a 6 or a 10 here. Yeah, double 16 for Walton to get ahead.
86.
Oh, he's so close. Yet
Mark,
so
you
far.
require 40.
So Layton on tops.
That's
To
getting
go
short in the
one
fifth flag.
away
Mark Layton.
from victory against John Walton to compound and compile his misery
Six
here
flaggers, John the throw
on Thursday.
first.
It would put him
Game on.
onto 8 points following the conclusion of the first day's play.
81. $60. $60.
I think it's fair to say this is one of those games that both players will want
47.
to put to the back of their mind. Although this will be the reverse first fixture of tomorrow morning's action.
125.
That's more like it from John Boy, and it is again a case of good stuff but in patches, not on a consistent scale.
90. $125.
So Walton on 110 after 12. It looks as if our last game of the session will go the distance.
60. John, you require 110.
6 at it from 110. Well, he can go treble 19 ball if he so wants, but with Layton back on 2-4-4, he could set it up.
38.
Try and nicely set it up. So 72 upon his return. to send us all the way. Another one of them would make things very interesting.
140.
Very interesting.
72.
So 72 for Walton to take us the distance. 20. Tops.
52.
But that's
Mark
pulled low.
104.
And so to claim the final rubber on the opening day of Group C, Mark Layton wants 104. Stay there. So Walton
56.
to take us the
John
distance.
Uruguay, 20.
Double 5.
Yeah, that's game short.
And game 15 will see
Walton.
leg 7. We go the distance. In our final game of the afternoon session.
Mark the throw first. Game on.
And it could have significant ramifications in terms of where the group is going to lie overnight.
59.
If Layton wins, he's on 8 points.
140.
If Walton wins, he puts himself on 2. He'll play Layton in the first game of tomorrow. And as I said to Chris Murphy a few moments ago, if he did the double over these 2 fixtures, he'd only be 2 points off
40.
second place. This is what's so encapsulating about this format. Anything's possible at any juncture. And suddenly here,
125.
in the last leg of the session, John Walton's found a bit of a spurt. 140, followed by 125. And suddenly, Layton, who had the darts at the start of the leg, is
58.
chasing. This is good. This is very good. This is much better from John Boy. 96 after 9. And he's got the luxury of time to seal his first win of the day. His first win of Group C.
56.
And he squares up for tops after 12. A superb final leg from the 2001 BDO World Champion.
100. John Uruguay, 40.
He will get 6 more if he wants.
Game.
But he only needs 2.
And
John Walton picks up a pivotal 2 points in the context of Group C. These are the averages in that match. It was a little bit of a tight game to end the session off. And so a 4-3 victory for John Walton against Mark Layton to end our day. And so that rounds off the action as far as the games are concerned in Group C. Remember, Group B takes place from 10 p.m. this evening, but following the conclusion of today's play, things are very, very interesting now. Chris Mason leads the way on 10 points from Mark Layton, Gary Robson on 6. And then Bates, Norris and Walton are also interested parties. Let's hand back up now then to the presentation platform to join Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. As you mentioned, it's Chris Mason who leads the way in Group C at the halfway stage. A reminder that we'll be back with Group E action this evening. It gets underway from 10 p.m. and one of our other own in Paul Nicholson will be getting involved. We'll see you from 10 p.m. this evening. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill. The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.